Welcome to Truth and Transparency. Nothing like waking up and literally doing a reenactment of your own video because there was a bunch of messages and people thinking that To the Moon came back over to the other side again. So again, welcome to Truth and Transparency. This is a reenactment of my own video from last night, and it is, I think it's too good to pass up. Bumblebee, I would love to hear what Mod Squad thinks of this. I know it was super late for her, so I think she's going to pop in. Love to hear her thoughts on this, but let's take a look. I'll let, what's that Bumblebee girl? What? Hopefully everybody's screen recording at home. I'm pressed for time today, but I got a little bit in me here. Wake up, you're the monkeys. People say you're monkey, you're right. Again, this is last night's live. That's the bed I slept in Broomfield. And look right there on that side. You're so green, you probably think this song is about you. Don't you? I'll invite you up, Mod Squad. Here you go, honey. Pull the link, boo. Geez, Gail, you don't need to use all caps, honey. No need. Hi there, Patty. What is good, girl? You came to the right spot to get your dose of your morning fix. Let's see.
Not on you, not on me, not about the civil PPO, and there never was going to be one. And that's when I did see the body cam footage.
What is up, girl?
Hi,
New Orleans. Hi, Mod Squad. What is good with the world?
can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, girl.
My volume's a little bit low. Let me just
Okay.
adjust it a little bit.
Is that, you want me to
Yeah, that's
put
better.
my light on?
No, you're good. I just had to adjust my
Okay.
volume. Hi, everybody.
I'd rather be in the dark.
I
Can you
cannot
believe this? You always Hot AM Radio. Hot AM Radio. Get ready for
Beep,
the best
beep,
reenactment
beep,
of your
beep.
life.
Beep,
Get ready
beep,
for
beep.
it.
Hot Ham missed it, didn't she?
Oh my God, I can't. Yeah, actually thinking about it, I can't believe that you missed it. It was a late night reenactment. Well, actually, no, this morning's a reenactment, but last night, check this out. We had a visitor. It was like having Santa. Santa came.
I can't even believe that you unlocked the door.
Well, I think it was imperative. I wanted to hear what she had to say. So
I'd have been like deadbolt and no thank you.
So she created another, account, or maybe she has it, it's just Amber. But, so here she is.
But I didn't have the copy, and I saw the camera, but I didn't have the copy. So it was like, no. And in fact, Officer O'Hare told her to take those subpoenas to court. So I was like relieved, you know what I mean? And that's when Natasha Cooper posted on my channel, because I wanted as many people as I could get to hear that. And I also wanted the mods so that the trolls wouldn't come in there. And so she did that for me, which was great. My intent was to get that information out because I was trying to prove that it didn't happen the way Vanessa testified and all that shit. So then Sarah was pissed off.
First of all, let's just talk about my stone cold look here. Because Amber's in chat right now, and she's like, drop the link. Drop the link. That's what she's saying right now. And that's why my eyes are to the right. Because I'm debating right there in that moment. Like,
because she thought that I was doing that so that you would take me back.
Hold on one second. Here it goes.
Wait a minute, take her back.
Oh yeah, they were they were trying to say that me and Jamie and Beta were dating. Sarah King's just off her rocker. You do know that's the bed though, and that's the actual jacuzzi, and that's the bed.
Yeah,
that's why that's up like that. That's the actual. Right. That's where that happened. So this is the moment where I said, just right here, I said, hold on a second.
And you were like, no yelling,
We're
girl.
not going to scream on here, okay?
I'm not screaming.
Okay. Hi, Amber. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Doing just well.
Good. I haven't really heard what you've been saying, but...
Okay, so go ahead and write that down. I haven't really heard what you've been saying.
Mm-hmm.
But, okay.
Sure.
Not a lot of it, but I did just catch a little piece of it. But it seems like you might want to talk to me.
No.
Please,
okay.
please.
Well...
Okay. Nope.
I'm begging for your attention because I talk about you all the time.
Okay. My answer, nope.
I can't tell. But you did mention something about me being upset because you were lying to me.
No, I said that what would you have as to you, why is it, what did you exactly say, or that you don't all of a sudden believe anything that's ever happened over the past year or year and a couple months?
Oh, wait, ask that one more time. I'm sorry.
Best response here. Amber, what's your issues? Right there. Amber, what's your issues? Can I help you with? With anything that has ever happened on my channel?
I don't give a shit about what's happened on your channel other than...
Or my life.
You abusing people on your platform.
Who?
Lana, how many people have you doxed on your platform?
Who?
How many nudes have you shown on your platform?
Again, who, when, where, why, how?
You showed Ludovika's vagina. Okay. You doxed me. You've doxed Shift. You've doxed Lala's family members. You've done a lot of stuff, okay? And that's just the tip of the iceberg. We're not even going to talk about what you do behind the scenes. Okay. So wait.
Wait. Who did you just say? No. Just keep it down, please. You said that I doxed you now? Shift happens?
Yes.
You said Lala's family members?
Yes.
Okay. What's the definition of doxing?
Okay. When you put my fucking name up, that's a dox.
No, it's not.
Okay. Well,
when you're looking at a public site, I was looking at a public. Yeah. When I was looking at a.
Can you realize for 2 seconds the abuse that you put your quote friends through?
Who?
Me for one.
Okay, let's just keep it with you. How did I abuse you?
Your conspiracy of
about what?
Me into stuff. Were you not trying to make it out like I was some kind of mole?
She was telling things to Lala.
No. You know what? Wait a minute. Hold on.
Again, what is the issue though? Like, she was talking to Lala and telling Lala stuff, running around and telling, saying stuff to Truth Teller, like every single day. If you look at that woman's messages, like on, let's say, like July 1st, she's gonna have messages at 9:00 with this person, 9:02 with this person, 9:04 with this person, and all she's doing is running back and forth to all of these so-called creators. Oh my God, can you believe this? Oh my God, can you believe that? Like, no, that is not what a healthy woman that's 40 acts like.
Right.
This was last night. This is me trying to understand To the Moon having a hate channel. What was your issue?
Know why you're even bothering to try to understand.
Oh, okay. It was, you know me. There had to be a reason for this.
Mm-hmm.
I think you know the issue, Lana.
No, actually, I don't know the issue.
You lied about Jamie and
Jamie who?
Jamie Abeda, the person that.
What did I lie? What did I lie about Jamie Abeda?
And said that Jamie Abeda and Sarah delivered those subpoenas without your knowledge.
Do you think that that's a lie?
Can you pause that for a second?
Yep.
Yes, I know it's a lie.
First of all, they didn't deliver.
Wouldn't that be a problem for Jamie and Sarah? Why would that be Moon's
Jamie's
problem?
on panel right now, and she's like,
I know,
you lied about Jamie.
But why would that be Moon's problem?
That's what I kept on saying is, what's your problem?
Right. Okay.
Wait, what's your problem? You don't have one. There is no problem. No, how you shat on me, Lana. Again, how? Because you doxed me. I didn't dox you. I was reading the damn, what was it? What were we reading that morning?
It was a book review.
The reviews.
Yeah.
I can't help it that she used her full government name, and nor did I say like.
And you didn't say, "Oh my God, that's to the moon."
To the moon.
You
I
didn't
said
put
I was
two
like
together like they're doing, saying Keaton is Bella and this is her real name.
Psycho. This is psycho shit right here.
Like we're not saying Kennedy Mackenzie is this person and this is her real name.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
This is her Facebook name and this is her real name and this is her alt name. No, we're not doing that.
just wild shit, man. Let's see what else this gem has to say. They didn't deliver subpoenas as in plural. No. And no, they weren't going there to deliver subpoenas as in plural. No. And Jamie has said that.
Did you tell me
that she was telling you
that you had no idea?
What was it, Jamie?
Amber told me that Lana, that you were telling her that I had set you up.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what you said. That's what That's what Amber said.
Yep, that's what she told me.
I didn't say that, Lana. You said that on the phone.
No, that was right after the whole hearing. That was right after the whole hearing. I was in the car with Sarah, and you're saying you need to get away from those people. You don't. What the fuck are they doing? And guess Mike dropping her. Like it's all everything that it's all in text as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's just back all of this up though. Let's just back all of this up though.
Immediately, because you told me that you did not know that they were going to deliver those subpoenas.
Correct. And your point is, what about that? What about my comment?
That's a
you think that I knew that Sarah fucking King was going to walk up to that door and even be in the vicinity of doing what she did? I never hired Sarah fucking King to do anything.
It's on a live.
No, it's not. That's not what's on the live.
Yes, it is.
You're mistaken.
No,
because I'll tell you what's on the live.
Out loud.
I didn't read a text out loud. No, actually, I can prove that didn't happen. That's why I think that's great that you think that.
Okay. I watched it before it was all edited up.
There's nothing edited. That's the thing is that there's nothing edited. In fact, I think I put the live back up.
Yes, it was edited when it was displayed on Lala's channel.
Wait, what?
Your live is down now. Why don't you put that live back up?
I've never edited that live back up, but can you just keep it down? Just keep it.
Keep it down.
Can you just please keep it down? Like you're blowing my these people are so obsessed with you. They are. That is the truth. They are. And here, can you please just put that back up? It was up for a long time and it never was edited. And in fact, it will the live will show if it wanted to be authenticated through YouTube, it'll say if the motherfucker was edited or not. And it wasn't edited. And it's never been edited.
Correct.
Stupid fucks. Just dumb as fuck. Just wild. Let me explain something. What does this have to do with what's your problem?
What's your problem with not her real name.
My problem with you is you're a piece of fucking shit. Stalker.
You think so?
I was calling Jay what? Oh yeah, and Jamie.
Oh yeah, like
Back.
read your text. Make sure you get all your information from your friends. Go ahead.
My friends.
That,
No,
yeah,
actually,
that just
I was
texted her.
texted by somebody saying that you were online talking about me. So I thought this would be the perfect opportunity to do question for question. Hey, Lana.
Yeah.
You know that video that Father Snuffles put up?
What video?
About,
he puts a video of me all the time.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're going to talk about the video of your live that contained your computer screen that revealed that you were searching, been verified for Vanessa, and then they kicked you off on August the 3rd. Did you break your PPO by surveilling Vanessa?
I wasn't searching Vanessa. The fuck is wrong with you? Where are you getting this information from?
Yeah, you were.
No, I wasn't.
Proof of it.
Her proof is
Proof of what?
Her proof is my screen.
Father Snuffles.
Oh wait. Father Snuffles is what?
August 3rd.
So did someone send me an email? I don't understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, Ben Verified sent you an email and said they're canceling your
No, they didn't send me an email
abused
because of that.
Lana?
I sent them an email.
There was emails back and forth.
She thinks she's
You have
telling
no
me
idea
about
what's
my
in my
life.
inbox,
so I don't understand.
You
What is your
showed it on
point?
your screen.
I didn't show. What is your point for being up here? To talk about my emails?
No.
So to talk
because
about my
I'm
life? Let's talk
Is
about.
it your
You said
life?
it's your question for
Let's
question.
talk about the fact that you are invading people's privacy constantly.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're breaking a PPO all the time. What about your vexatious litigation?
What about my
Jamie,
what?
How about you?
Listen.
check yourself in.
Listen. If it's question for question, how many questions do you get to ask me until I get to ask you one back?
You can ask me a question. You asked me several questions at the beginning of me jumping up here.
Wait, I asked you something. What questions did I ask you?
Well, you just asked me what my problem was. What I'm doing is answering your questions.
Okay, so number one is you have no idea what's in my email and what's not. So
I've seen it with my own eyes. It came from your live.
Again, what's in my email, you have no idea how much, it is or is not.
You're gaslighting.
How am I
You're absolutely
gaslighting?
Gaslighting.
What is your problem? What happened to you, Amber? Who hurt you?
Nothing happened to
Who
me.
hurt you? Okay, so why would you call me all the time and text me all the time about
That's a lie.
shift happens?
You call me every single fucking morning. Our conversations very rarely consist of shift happens. Stop.
Do you want me to put all the messages out?
I will download all of
Please.
our fucking conversation.
Why are you lying about this?
Give a fuck.
I know why you don't give a fuck, because your life is shit. I'm well aware.
And so is yours, boo.
No, honey, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. Lisa.
Why would it be?
Why
would it be?
Well, I don't know. Why are you on? Lana, do I really need to say? Are you not in some kind of custody situation right now? I feel for you. I do. We used to be friends. We used to be friends. So, do you?
She wants to talk about kids
daily?
No, absolutely not.
So,
When have you ever met her to see any of that shit? Liar. You said that you saw her snorting.
She wants to talk about who has
Jamie,
custody of their
you can't get
kids.
a story straight to save your life. You are a liability, Jamie. You have been since the beginning. You're a fucking liability.
You're a criminal.
You're a criminal too, sweetheart.
I'm not. Stupid.
Yeah, you are.
I don't have a mug shot. No, I'm not. So whatever.
It's just the way.
Hey, Amber, let's talk about your history. So, what's all on your rap sheet?
Lana,
I'm just.
you put it out.
Is it?
So you should know, and so did I.
What is it? So what's
Remember
on it?
that?
So what's on it?
Lana.
I'm asking you what's on it.
What's going to be on your rap sheet, Lana?
Nothing. Nothing is on my rap sheet.
Did you surveil a witness to a murder trial?
Surveil?
Yeah.
Question for question, but no
You didn't
answers.
take pictures of his home. You didn't plan to pay someone to surveil Joe Richardson.
No, ma'am.
Oh, I have. Then you lied to me
Imagine that. Lied to you about what?
about paying someone to surveil Joe Richardson.
Are you talking about in
my
our DMs,
God.
Amber? All the fucking fuckery we would joke around and
Lana,
say. Is that what you're talking about? I'm
is
just
that
asking you a question.
fuckery?
Is this from? Oh yeah, it is.
What
You
about the
said
pictures that you sent me outside of his home?
from a public street?
How did you
Was it
know?
suck a
the
dick,
post?
bitch? I have no idea what's in any
Oh my
totes.
God.
You said you did in my DMs.
What's your point about all of this? Well, I guess what's your point about this?
Have you noticed you haven't answered a single question?
I just did.
You want to know why?
I said
Because
no, I
it
don't.
incriminates you
Neither has she.
completely.
What
If you tell the
incriminates
truth.
me? What incriminates me?
Lana,
I'm
did
asking you a question.
Or did you not state in the DMs that you are going to have somebody, you were going to pay somebody to?
I have no idea.
surveil
I have no idea
Joe
what I said or didn't
Richardson?
say in our DMs. You know how many DMs
Oh.
we have?
Interesting.
What's interesting, Amber? What's your point? What do you want me to get in trouble for again? What is it that you're trying to get me in trouble for?
I have not contacted an agency on you. I'm not trying to get you in trouble.
Okay, so then again, I have
What's
to
your
ask this.
point?
What is your point?
What is my point?
Yeah.
My point is to draw awareness to you.
For
and
what?
Your fuckery.
What's my fuckery?
Lana, why do you LARP on the internet and pretend you're a PI and a lawyer when you have absolutely zero credentials to do so?
Pretend like a what?
You don't
a lawyer?
even LARP. You don't even LARP on the internet. You
for a
LARP
second.
in like live action role play in real life. You pretend that you are a PI and you use that and you gather information, right?
Which
To
is
Lana,
legal.
pause
surveil
it.
people. You act as though that you
What?
She's like, I have not contacted one agency on you yet.
I'm not
In
trying to
her-
get you in trouble.
In
But
her
I
live
need-
the other day, she had the Beaver County in, and they were trying to figure out if it was the real one or a fake one. And she's like, "Why didn't you return my phone calls? Why didn't you ever return my phone call?" So you didn't contact an agency, but you tried to contact a reporter. What about that?
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
Let's see what I have here. Court of Common Pleas, Franklin County, Ohio, subpoena for to the moon. To the moon. Well, can't wait. Like, ridic.
you have clients and you have zero credentials.
I didn't realize you have to have credentials to help people.
You have to have credentials to be
To
a
what?
PI. You have to be a licensed
I've never said I was a PI. When have I ever said that I was a private investigator?
Lana, you don't have to say it. Your actions.
My actions?
Yes, your behavior.
Girl, you're wild as fuck, man.
I'm wild. Okay,
Yeah.
so surveilling Joe Richardson is illegal.
Surveilling who?
Surveilling a witness.
If I was surveilling Joe Richardson, I would have photos of him, I would have video of him, I would have something of this substance of a human being. And there's just none of it there. So how am I surveilling anybody? Like, wouldn't I have, I don't know, all this video, stills,
You'd have
pictures?
something, you would think.
You know? I mean, what the fuck are you smoking, girl? You think that you, in the DMs with me, I don't know any of you broads. I just go through the whole shit with the whole Shazam shit and then that sex scandal shit over you thirsty broads that are out there and you know who you are. You think that I just talk to you all like, oh yeah, I'm just going to tell you everything about my life?
Yeah.
No, you don't know shit about me because you don't know how the fuck I operate. If I want to find out who's being a two-timing fucking slut, I know how to do it.
Yes, you do.
Hose. So, moving on. Fucking DMs.
To a murder trial.
You mean you lied
Keep
in
gaslighting,
my
Lana.
DM?
I think
You
that
lied
proves
to
my
me.
point.
What is that though? I still don't understand your point. I still don't understand what any. Again, what is this
I
about?
don't have to state my point for people to hear me ask you questions and you can't clearly answer them because you know that I have what you've said.
What haven't I answered? What question haven't I answered? This is where it gets real good. Morning, Ellen B. We're doing a reenactment. Oh, New Orleans. Oh, you missed a lot of fun. You guys missed a lot of fun. Now,
is this where it gets green?
This is where it gets green. I mean, this is where you have cool as a cucumber, athletes, stone cold, focused in, let's talk, versus I just smoked a blunt and got high as a kite, Miss Moon.
To back that up, the pictures, the everything, you know that you searched been verified for Vanessa, and they canceled your membership.
When did who did I search?
Stop, Vanessa, and then and then you applied or you got a subscription to another.
No, I didn't. I don't have a subscription to a different agency.
On August 3rd.
You're wrong.
You did, and it said, hey, your search for Vanessa is ready.
What?
Yeah. But you might want to go check out.
Wait, when was this search? When was this search? Just so I know. When was this search?
I believe August 3rd.
Lana, there's only one Vanessa in the world. You know that, right? And it's all about her.
But pause it just for a second.
Wait. What's the date? I'm asking for dates. You guys know how I operate with dates.
I'm so confused as to why that would be her issue with you. Wouldn't that be Vanessa's issue with you? Because
actually, I just don't think it should. I don't think it should be anybody's issue. Okay.
No,
because I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want with or without my computer. What? And who's to say what she's saying because it was on the back screen of my computer? Do you hear yourself?
Oh, okay, there you are. No, but I mean, if there's some sort of an issue with you doing something to Vanessa, why would that be Moon's problem with you?
Well, when she's getting messages, like text messages all the time, it's like, oh my God, make sure you ask this or make sure you say this or go on your live and go live right now and say this. Okay. Like you're a flunky mouthpiece.
She's really upset and angry over somebody else's problem.
This is her hamster wheel. Your guess is as good as mine.
Your blood pressure is going to get raised. You know, this is going to affect your health. You're going to have a heart attack. Something's going to happen. You need to calm down. So
far she has said Lala's family, shift happens, and her, right? That's who I've done wrong, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yo, baby girl, come here and give me a kiss, Vanessa. Better make it fast or else I'm gonna get pissed. Now, push it. Okay, let's see. Just a little dose of love here. No, wait, what's the date again? What's the date again?
August 3rd.
Okay.
Did you or did you not?
Do what? Survey somebody?
Run Vanessa's name on a website. You think it's funny?
I think you're funny.
You think it's funny?
Actually, I think you're pathetic, but
that's
funny, sure.
I think you're pathetic because you have nothing more in life than to pretend like you're a fucking Pia. Hey, Lana, where's my tax receipts for donating?
You get a receipt every month.
I've never gotten. No, I need a tax.
It comes in an email form. No. Don't you get one, Mod Squad?
Where's that receipt for that U-Haul?
Do you not get a receipt every month when you've paid for Fight for a Family donation?
Yeah, you get a receipt every month.
Like right when it happens, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I just was wondering. So I'm not making that up, right? Like you're a member?
Yes, I get an email every month. I I mean, are these people that complain, are they actually members? That's what I'm starting to wonder. Because, I mean, why would they still be members?
Yeah, no, they're not. And
so maybe that's the problem.
I mean, most certainly it can all be proven that they've been given this, that, and the other. And it also can be proven everything that like this woman's saying up on this panel. It just has to go back to this whole point of like, you wanted the link for what now? Because this is where, like, what was it that you want this link for?
Vanessa, I get my receipt every month by email. Right. So do I. And when I have made additional donations, I mean, there is somebody who was out saying that myself and Boston have never made a donation. We've never donated 1 penny, actually. That's crazy. But yes, I know that Lana can't say if we have donated or not, but I can say I've been a monthly member since the beginning, and I've also made additional donations, like one-time donations, and I've received my receipts every month, and I've also received a receipt when I've made my one-time donations as well. So I don't know what the issue is.
Has your security ever been a problem?
No, absolutely not.
Have you been satisfied being a loyal monthly supporter? As far as, do you have any questions? Do you have any concerns?
No, I wouldn't be here if I was. If I did have any concerns, I wouldn't be here.
I never said I rented a U-Haul with your. No, I didn't. Prove it, Jamie. Prove it. You lie so much. It's unfucking believable.
I downloaded it. Yeah, I have it.
Then show it, bitch.
I'm not gonna fucking show it on YouTube. I'm gonna show it to
you. You have nothing.
Amber, you. Every fucking single day you text me about Lindsay and Hallie and this and that and
Lana,
Shift and who? Oh my God, Shift called my daughter. What's her name? What's all this? Shift.
Is that funny to you, bitch?
No, that's what you said you wanted.
To you, bitch? Is it funny to you that you were fucking with Callie? Is that funny to you?
No matter how many times
Callie. Wow.
You think I fucked with her?
Shut your ass up. You're a disgusting piece of shit, too.
To do it, and every day you call her.
Wow.
You're a liar. You don't know what happened in our DM. You're a fucking liar. You don't know. You have no idea what happened in our DM.
I heard you, girl. I heard you every day. It was so annoying. Every day. You just brought drama and drama and drama every day. Oh my God, Lala's talking about you. Oh my God, Lala's saying this. Oh my God, Lala's saying that.
You heard me, Bella?
Every day.
Because Lana, and look at ya. Hey, I told you to, hey, you better watch out. I told you Lala's the one you need to watch out for. You didn't fucking listen, did you?
And every day you were riling her up.
About Lala, what are you talking about?
Bella, stop. Why don't you use your normal voice, the one you use on Zaz, instead of sounding all fucking thirsty? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. That's not how you talk on Zaz, girl. Everybody notices it. You sound fucking...
Okay, does she need a comparison here? Like, doesn't she talk the same?
She always sounds the same when she's talking to me.
Yeah, this is like... She does a channel she reads books.
Yeah.
Like, her voice could probably narrate a ton of shit. Like, just wild. Like, this is what she came on panel to do. 40 fucking years old.
Thirsty.
Shut
up,
so
girl.
Thirsty.
Bye.
Hear more of it?
So let's go back to your. Let's go back to the lies. Okay, please stop, Bella. So let's go back to your lies. What is this all about again?
What's what all about, Lana?
You came to me. You wanted all of this stuff. You wanted all of this stuff from all these people. I'm a problem here. All you would ever talk about is all these people. Who are your friends now? I'm just curious. Wait. She said you're a problem here. Where? Where am I a problem? I don't even understand.
you're a problem, so she comes over to tell you that you're a problem.
So, but a problem how?
Because you doxed her, and you doxed Lala, and...
What's up, Tam Tam? Sexy thing. You sexy
Tam
thing.
Tam Tam, you changed your name again. I can't keep up.
Tam Tam supports Lana. Change it. Tam Tam supports my bedroom shaking. Yes, Bumblebee. LOL, smiley face. LOL, smiley face. Yes. Lana says, what's the point of this? Like, yeah, who stays up all night to come on this?
What are you talking about? You didn't talk about people?
Do you remember?
Talk about people? No.
Do you remember the time that...
I've defended myself since day one being on this platform.
You're such a fucking liar.
Do you remember the time that she counted how many times Shift said Lana in her live?
Oh, God, yeah. I
think that we should have done that today, because how many times has she said Lana?
Softball mom, hi.
Oh, the new me gets a receipt every month. Look at that. Maybe that's the problem. They're not members. That's why they don't get a receipt. What a surprise.
Right? Let's see.
I've released DMs. You've talked about your fucking friends that financially support you. You piece of shit, bitch.
You piece of shit, bitch. You do the same.
You shut up. Shut up, fatty. Shut up.
Why are you calling people names? Like,
because you're disgusting, and I'm sick of your gaslighting bullshit.
Why are you calling people names?
Because you're disgusting. That's why I call people names.
Like, do you hear this woman?
That was great, actually.
She seriously,
I like that.
She needs a fucking first-class ticket to Jerry Springer. Like, this is her calling. Go on that show, woman. You are the definition of Springer. You are Miss Springer. She needs to change her channel to moon, to the moon and spring. I just wow. I call people names because you are disgusting.
That was great. I like that.
I'm a forensic nurse, and a lot of things don't add up with the Watt stuff. I would love to talk to you about it, Lana. Yeah. Who calls somebody fatty that is stage 4 cancer?
Who?
This broad.
Just anybody.
But I mean, I just think that's even more egregious. It's wow. Like, you know what I think of all these people out here? The best is when she says, oh, you know that video that Father Snuffles made? He's made tons of videos about me.
Right. Yeah.
So, no, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific because, spring her to the moon. There you go. Oh, how's that for a name change? Sexy as fuck. Mwah. Tam Tam supports Lana.
Look at that.
Look at that. If Softball Mom changes her name, I'll talk to her about the Watts case.
I have a better idea. Tam Tam supports Mod Squad.
And how many times?
Here we go.
Jamie.
Listen, here it goes. This is wild.
Jamie, how many times have you fucking said how many times did you say that I was a prostitute, a crackhead?
Okay.
You are nothing. You are nobody. You're on your way to the loony bin. Why do you spend the last days of your life on YouTube being
I just muted her. I was like, no way.
You don't even have content. You could never even make your
Don't mute me, Lana.
I don't want you guys screaming. I don't want either one of you guys screaming. Let me ask you a question, Amber. What do you, if you could have any wish right now, what would it be?
I'd wish for you. If I had a wish for you.
No, I mean in your life. In your life.
In my life.
Like if you had a wish, what would it be?
What would your wish be, Lana?
For all of us to stop.
She
For
can't
all the
even
lies to
answer.
stop.
Then stop.
You know that I didn't fucking.
question.
For all of this to stop. But I asked her, what would your. She couldn't even think. I know that if I was in her
Can't
shoes,
even-
I would say that my son wasn't in prison.
Right.
That'd been my
and
wish.
that I could live a normal life with my children. Like,
That I could have custody of my
she can't
kids
have-
and that.
she can't live with her kids. Like, wow.
That was her wish. Her wish was, what do you wish for, Lana?
Yeah.
Girl, come sit on Lana's lap, baby. Come on. Is that what you want? You want a seat at the table again? Because it ain't happening.
Her wish is, I wish Bella would not be so close to Lana.
Can stalk Vanessa Walsh. You know that I didn't do any of
I
this
wish
shit.
Bella would get the
I'm
F
not
out of
lying.
here.
You may not have first.
Oh, wait. Listen to what she says. Listen to this. You may not at first. Check this out. Ask you a question, Amber. What do you, if you could have any wish right now, what would it be?
I'd wish for you.
Why would it be for me?
If I had a wish for you.
No, I mean in your life. In your life.
In my life.
Like, if you had a wish, what would it be?
What would your wish be, Lana?
For all of us to stop. For all the lies to stop.
Then stop.
You know that I didn't fucking stalk Vanessa Walsh.
Then
you know that I didn't do
stop
any of this
lying.
shit. I'm
you
not
may not
lying.
Have at first, you may not have first, but you definitely did after. When you sent Jamie.
What? I didn't. You may not have at first, but when you do you.
Oh, so she's saying you didn't up until March.
Up until
7th?
Up until March 6th.
Oh, so
I didn't.
so
but this is
March.
what's-
So when all during the TPO you did, or you didn't, and then March 6th.
Listen to
did.
her. Listen to her stupidity here. You may not have at first. So then how the fuck did we get here? Because some dumb bitch lied. That's how the fuck we got here.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck? I mean, do you people listen to yourselves? Asinine. Send Jamie to do anything. So stop saying that.
Did she send you that day?
And that was a lie. Go watch a body cam footage.
Why? I mean,
Yeah.
why don't you go back and watch all the
Jamie,
lives that
the
happen
last
in real
days
time?
Of your life on
Please.
YouTube being
It's none
an
of your
evil
fucking
bitch.
business
Oh my
how
God.
I spend the last days of my life, you criminal. I wouldn't want to spend the last days of my life acting like you do.
Oh, girl, go look at your
You're
fucking
a piece of
channel.
Garbage. You don't even have like. games
I'm a
on
piece
your
of garbage.
your grandma
I'm
in
a piece
doghouse.
of garbage. Jamie,
You are a piece of garbage. You lie. You lie.
go
you
paint
lie.
your
You're a
face that
criminal.
I lie.
You're a
Jamie,
criminal. That's it.
Just stop being nasty.
That's
everything that you have said can be easily debunked. Let's go back to your first live when you're talking about Lana.
You're like a piece of shit.
Her first live wasn't about me.
I'm
Her first
sorry.
live was
Her first
Subpoena
live,
Gate.
I meant after.
You can't even fucking raise your kid, and the one that you did is in prison for murder.
Jamie,
That's true.
that's not true. No, it's not, Lana.
Isn't your friend's or your son's not in murder for second-degree murder?
Yes, my son is in jail for second-degree murder, but
Listen,
So like, why would you, if anything? I thought the whole point of like our friendship and the foundation that it was built on is to give people hope and to help them.
and it's too bad that people believed in you, and you've done nothing.
People believed in me. It's too bad that people believed in you, Lana.
Wow.
Wait till you hear what she says. That this is just wild.
Wow.
Nothing but abuse your nonprofit organization and abuse the clients that you had from them, because people did believe you and believe in you and your nonprofit, and that was me. And you know that I think as much shit as you talk here,
As much shit as I talk here. What?
Keep her going.
Yep, here she goes.
I think that you did have a genuine friendship with me, not relationship, because I will state here, we were never in any kind of romantic relationship. Whatever you like to spin it up as, or like I was so obsessed with you or thirsty, whatever. But we had a very mutual friendship, and it was genuine, and I believed in you, and I supported you, Lana, morally and as a friend. And you have done nothing but abuse the nonprofit and the donators to the nonprofit.
Abuse how?
So much, Lana.
How did I wait? How? But you're just saying. You're seriously just saying.
No, Lana.
What?
Show us. Okay, show us some receipts of the expenditures.
Lynn point two.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2.0,
so,
you fucking idiot.
No, that's what she really meant. Like, you're not even on that level of being a 2.0. Can you do anything without degrading people?
I can't. Absolutely not. You guys were degrading me for a while before I got here, Lana.
No, but no one was degrading you.
So what? When we're
people
sitting
were
here talking face to face, you ain't got the nuts to say something to me? You ain't got the tits now to say degrading shit to me?
What do you want me to say to you? I've already told you I think that you're pathetic.
And I think you're pathetic as well.
Okay. Well, so the reasons that I think you're pathetic will hold up a lot more than the reasons you think I'm pathetic.
Interesting. We'll see.
Mm-hmm. What do you do with your time?
We shall see. I work. What do? You You don't fucking work. You've never worked since I've known you.
No?
No. You've never had a 9-to-5, an hourly paying job, anything like that.
I've never had
any of that.
Well, that's where you're wrong. So
okay, Lana. When you're drinking Bud Light and fucking airplane bottles of Fireball at 9 o'clock in the morning, bitch, you don't have a job.
She had a job.
And you had a genuine friendship with her, did you?
How old is this freaking woman? She is 40. She is 40. And
I'm sorry, did she say your friendship with her was genuine?
Yeah, and this is the best thing about it. If she knew anything about my life and the businesses that I most certainly have, they've never been that of a 9-to-5. What? Oh, girl.
Fella.
You just don't know and you're sad about it. I'm sorry.
I don't. Are you okay, girl? I was talking to her long before you were ever around. By the way, she thinks you're a fucking...
Oh my God, you get a medal.
That's where I dropped her.
You were talking to her before me.
Time. I was here first.
OMG.
Well,
I was talking to her way before you were.
Guess what? Doesn't matter.
Is this your ex?
Because she's going to be here
This is to
longer.
The moon. This is to the moon. Not going to lie, I could probably make good use of some Fireball right about now. Tiffany. This is... No. I got a 9-to-5 and I can crack open a Bud Light whenever I want. I mean, but do you hear her argue? She never can argue a point. She has to argue character or attack and assassinate people.
Or looks.
Yeah, it's all about... It's insanity. So basically what we gathered here today, or last night rather, when I kindly let this person up on panel for a reason, which I cannot thank you enough for. If you actually pay attention to what the things that she wants to talk about, it actually is it aligns very, very much so with John Paul and Father Snuffles and their quest. Which, ding ding ding, that's who she's a mouthpiece for that channel, the people of that channel. But again, we sat here, we listened, and I'm still like, what's your beef? What's your problem?
Yes. Right. What did I do to you? Well, you doxed Lala and Shift Happens. But you don't even like Shift Happens. And you said during this live, I told you to watch out for Lala.
Yeah, and did she mean that for me? Like, who even knows what she even means that for? Like, is it, I'm going to pull something up.
I don't know. The whole time I spoke to her, all she ever said is, I hate Lala. I hate Lala. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Maybe, Tam. Maybe it's because she picked Bella.
I think she wanted all of you, Lana. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, yeah. No, well, so this is the thing is that was exactly what it was. Her, Crystal, all, like, Lala, even Mike Dropham will tell you. They're like, yeah, oh my God. They had, like, these, it was a joke, but it really wasn't a joke. They had, like, these girl crushes on me. And, I mean, is that not the truth?
I have a girl crush on Tam.
Yeah, so, like, that's, but see, like, enjoy that when you run that back, just, like, wow. I don't have words for this. I think that I wanted everybody to see the type of human being that we're dealing with.
I did sense the jealousy. It was thick.
I don't even know what to say. Wow.
You're just the boss. That's all I gotta say. That's why I'm like over here quiet, like let you handle it. Like,
you know what? I want to say this. I want everybody to know that however I feel like fucking spending the last days of my life is none of your fucking business. And
Hallelujah.
I'll do whatever the fuck I want to do.
Hallelujah.
And
she's like,
are why I have to keep doing this, because you won't fucking tell the truth and you won't fucking go away.
And I think Jamie's right there. Like,
yep.
I proved over and over and over that what they did in Denver was insanity. And
absolutely.
It was insanity in terms of, like, there was misconduct by counsel, by finder of fact, and there was perjury, there was falsifying documents, there was manipulating evidence, obstruction of justice. Then you have these little cuntosauruses calling up Broomfield police or Broomfield courts to say, you need to delete the final 4 minutes of the audio because you're going to thank me later, basically.
Yep.
This is a courtesy phone call. After already being put on notice that I was appealing on March 8th, because I had made the notice and then it was official with my attorneys on March 21st. You have body cam footage, you have CAD notes that, and I went through it last night. If you go to the end of the video, there was evidence that was submitted that was fucking factually lies, to the point of, you said that you immediately called the police. Well, the police weren't called until 6:27 p.m.
Yeah,
that is
way too long.
That is factually 2.5 hours after the arrival. Or I'm sorry, when they were like departing. And you said to the police officer, what was testified to is that you called the police immediately. No, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So now it comes into question is, you said to the police officer, though, that you called your lawyer first. This is what's testified to. Her lawyer would have known right then and there when she's questioning that she knows that she was.
I gotta jump down because I gotta go.
Okay, I love your face.
But keep going, and I will talk to you after, and we can reconvene in another time.
Yeah, go do your thing.
Have a good day, chat, and I'll talk to you guys later. Love you guys.
All right.
Bye.
Love you. Love you, baby girl. Yeah, so it's, everything that would happen in Denver had a huge domino effect for my life, for Jamie's, even for Sarah's. And to come out here and use this public platform to damage one's reputation, livelihood, and those were all the things that were happening. It's how anybody could sit there and watch this, but you wouldn't know if I didn't show. So that's why I said, fuck it, here, I'll show you guys some stuff. What do you want to see? Who doesn't believe what? Who can literally say, and that's what she said here, you didn't do it at first. Well, if I didn't do it at first, we would never be there. I didn't do it, period. I didn't do it after the fact either, after I was accused of it. I know that a lot of people they don't know what professional codes of conduct mean, but a lawyer has to uphold their oath, as well as every state has their professional codes of conduct. You as a lawyer can't knowingly or within reason believe that the person that you're representing has or is committing a crime by either fraudulent stuff, falsifying documents, things like that. The list goes on and on. There's a bunch of rules. And so when you're citing stuff for whatever the reasons may be, it is factually proven that Vanessa called her attorney before she called the police. Her attorney knew this. She says in the body cam that my attorney told me to call you. That's why I asked, what's her name? Do you have the body cam? Play it. Listen to it. Don't watch it. Put it on audio. Listen to it. It's not about anything to do about visuals. It's about what was said and what transpired. And what transpired is that you made a phone call at 6:27. They didn't get there until 7:30 to question you about it. So what did you do for 2 hours before calling the police? And then as an attorney, once you know, so when she filed that contempt citation on July 7th against me, her and her lawyer both signed an affidavit in support of. You put the CAD notes in as an exhibit. The CAD notes show the 911 call or whatever, calling the police, whatever number she called. Also states 6:27. She testified under oath that she called the police at 5 p.m. No, she didn't. So what was she doing for, like I said, 2 hours? She clearly couldn't have been on the phone for an hour and a half with her attorneys, right? Or if she was, then what was she doing while she was on the phone with her attorneys? Because I can promise you this, she fabricated evidence. She manipulated documents. She took pictures and testified to stuff that she didn't even take pictures of. She did this in every single exhibit. Every exhibit that was shown in that courtroom. Shit, one of the exhibits had Father Snuffles on it. And the other exhibits, they were whited out. So that you couldn't see who, would be at the bottom here. Do you know what that's called? You have to... There's things like this. Let's see. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, exactly. And her attorney isn't holding up her, it's actually a woman, her professional code of conduct. Correct. Things like Rule 8.4, misconduct. Rule 1.6, Rule 1.4, Rule 1.3, Rule, let's see. See, for example, there are disciplinary cases where lawyers have been sanctioned for being an ostrich, sticking one's head in the sand as to ignoring their clients' falsehoods or schemes. See IG in the matter of Tony L. Exam, Nebraska versus Wintrobe, and Albrecht versus Justices of Oregon Supreme Court. Miss Zimmerman's actions while ushering the interests of client Vanessa Walsh, petitioner in Broomfield County case number 2022C07, falls heavily within the criteria for Miss Zimmerman to be investigated by your office. Miss Zimmerman has a duty to uphold the law as she is an officer of the courts and to see to it that each case that she is involved with, regardless of the party to which she represents, is performed within the standards set forth within the Colorado Rules of Professional Conduct. Ms. Oriani purports to this honorable court that Ms. Zimmerman's egregious misconduct and gross negligence while representing the interests of Ms. Oriani's opponent, Ms. Vanessa Walsh, resulted in numerous unjust outcomes, most notably Ms. Oriani's right to a fair and impartial hearing and her right to due process. Ms. Zimmerman compromised and interfered with Ms. Oriani's right to a fair trial, not once but twice, as Ms. Oriani would go on to appeal case number 2022C07, which resulted in the opening of a second case within the Broomfield District Court, case number 2022CV030107. In the interest in fairness and justice, Ms. Oriani purports that Ms. Zimmerman did not act like a reasonable and ethical licensed attorney, and therefore the integrity of the outcome of case number 2022C07 was heavily prejudiced by the misconduct of Ms. Zimmerman, which violates Colorado's Professional Code of Ethics. Furthermore, Ms. Oriani purports that Ms. Zimmerman's decisions were extraordinarily egregious, given Ms. Oriani represented herself in this proceeding. Ms. Oriani also alleges that Ms. Zimmerman abused her power and took advantage of Ms. Oriani, not only a pro se litigant, but as an out-of-state pro se litigant. Ms. Oriani would like the courts to strongly factor these highlighted points when considering Ms. Zimmerman's disciplinary sanctions, should the investigation render Ms. Zimmerman's actions meeting the requirement to be sanctioned. Ms. Oriani would be guessing as to the motives behind Ms. Zimmerman's actions, and since motive is not required to bring said complaint forward, Ms. Oriani would rather leave it out of this complaint. It should be noted, though, that Ms. Walsh, her client, has spoken about, quote-unquote, spending as much money as it takes to take down Ms. Oriani completely. In addition, Ms. Oriani purports she was strongly ethically wronged at the hands of Ms. Zimmerman's efforts. Ms. Zimmerman did not do her due diligence to corroborate her client's assertions when she was provided said information from her client. Ms. Oriani purports that Ms. Zimmerman was given by her client, associates of her client, all 66 pieces of labeled exhibits for a TRO hearing. This evidence was comprised of digital pictures, video clips, and screenshots. Ms. Oriani alleges that none of this evidence was questioned by Ms. Zimmerman as to the authenticity of said pieces of evidence, which is negligent of Ms. Zimmerman and speaks to the care of duty to this case and in the interest of fair and justice, which is the integrity of the conviction of Ms. Oriani. Ms. Oriani would later come across overwhelming evidence that brings into question pieces of evidence that were used as exhibits in the hearing that Ms. Oriani alleges were fabricated and or manipulated based on newly discovered material that was not available for Ms. Oriani to use in arguments to impeach Ms. Zimmerman's client during her testimonies at the TRO hearing. Shall I continue? Why not? This discovery was passed along by Ms. Zimmerman to Ms. Oriani and Magistrate Russell at the March 7, 2022 hearing for case number 2022C07. This all happened right before the hearing was to commence. Ms. Oriani purports that Ms. Zimmerman was aware that the majority, if not all, of the evidence was manipulated and or fabricated by her client, and this was known by Ms. Zimmerman before her client testified under oath on March 7, 2022, and if not known then, known at the very least by July 6, 2022, when Ms. Zimmerman printed off the CAD report/notes. Ms. Oriani purports that Ms. Zimmerman allowed her client to testify to falsehoods, which is believed to be known to Ms. Zimmerman at the time of testimony. However, through the line of direct examination, Ms. Walsh's testimony continued without interruption by Ms. Zimmerman. It is also alleged that not only did Ms. Zimmerman allow her client to testify to falsehoods, but Ms. Zimmerman aided her client by unprofessionally and unethically testifying during Ms. Walsh's direct examination. Ms. Oriani has provided the trial transcripts as exhibits that highlight these misconducts of Ms. Zimmerman. Ms. Oriani purports that Ms. Zimmerman told Magistrate Russell a known falsehood to get 2 witnesses that were not subpoenaed admitted into the hearing with quote-unquote pop-up subpoenas. This falsehood was that these 2 witnesses were part of Ms. Zimmerman's TRO case set to be heard that day, and relevancy would have to be made in order to have them as witnesses. Ms. Jamie Abeda and Ms. Sarah King, the 2 witnesses, had never spoken with Ms. Zimmerman prior to that hearing, and neither had anyone from her firm. One witness, Ms. Sarah King, was a YouTube fangirl and groupie who Ms. Oriani just met in person 2 days prior to the March 7, 2022 hearing. The other witness was Ms. Jamie Abeda, whom Ms. Oriani planned to have sit second chair with Ms. Oriani as she attended the first hearing with Ms. Oriani because of her background with Colorado law. Due to Magistrate Russell's sequestering of these witnesses, and because of the falsehood claimed by Ms. Zimmerman that they were relevant to the TRO, it led to Ms. Oriani becoming shorthanded during the hearing as Ms. Abeda was set to sit second chair at Ms. Oriani's table. Ms. Oriani purports that this was the intentions all along by Ms. Zimmerman, handicapping Ms. Oriani at all costs. It should be noted that not one question by Ms. Zimmerman to Ms. Abeda or Ms. King was about the TRO case, which is why they were there, allegedly. Ms. Oriani objected numerous times as to the relevancy of the line of questioning that pertained to the night before the hearing, which was prejudicially overruled by Magistrate Russell. There is a known bias against Ms. Oriani that has become public knowledge due to a quote-unquote hot mic, where Magistrate Russell did not know the mic was still on in the courtroom after everyone had left except for Magistrate Russell and a clerk. What was said has been recorded on the court audio and is also seen on the trial transcripts. Ms. Oriani purports, upon information and belief, this hot mic was known by Ms. Zimmerman and her client on March 12, 2022. However, instead of reporting this alleged bias by Magistrate Russell, as an ethical officer of the courts would do, Ms. Zimmerman instead looked the other way. Ms. Oriani purports that while Ms. Zimmerman looked the other way, her client had a business associate engage in Ms. Walsh's wrongdoings by calling the Broomfield courts and asking them to tamper with and alter the official record of a court hearing. Ms. Zimmerman's client's associate was able to succeed, and Broomfield courts deleted the final 4 minutes. This alone should vacate the PPO that was issued from Broomfield, which will be handled at another time. Unfortunately, though, Ms. Oriani's official audio transcript did not have the final 4 minutes, and this was unknown to Ms. Oriani and Ms. Oriani's attorneys, but was known by Ms. Zimmerman the entire time. Ms. Oriani did not find out, nor was she aware for over 6 months when she was finally made aware of the original audio in late August of 2022 when she received an anonymous tip. At this time, Ms. Oriani contacted High Plains transcriptionists to include the final 4 minutes that were deleted. This would only be possible by using the audio that was mailed out to one of the following persons: Ms. Walsh, Ms. Powers, or Ms. Kaufman. On August 28, 2022, Ms. Oriani received the trial transcripts that she paid for in full on July 5th, 2022, which did not include the final 4 minutes. Ms. Oriani wrote another email, and this time the transcriptionist understood what Ms. Oriani meant and realized why Ms. Oriani needed those final 4 minutes. Ms. Oriani purports that Ms. Zimmerman withheld information from Ms. Oriani as she was pro se from June 22nd, 2022 until present day. And not once has Ms. Zimmerman mentioned anything to Ms. Oriani about the deleted final 4 minutes. Please see the attached transcripts. The final 4 pages of the transcripts feature the hot mic by Magistrate Russell. Ms. Oriani is in the process of filing a motion for reconsideration as the appeal that was dismissed was only dismissed without prejudice since a notice was not filed with the courts that the trial transcripts were in fact purchased by the July 6, 2022 deadline awarded by Judge Warren and ordered. Ms. Oriani again purchased the trial transcripts within the days allowed by Judge Warren. Unfortunately, though, Ms. Oriani was denied at every turn to submit this notice. The e-file was not working for Ms. Oriani because she did not realize at the time that she was still represented. Also, Ms. Oriani followed instructions online and submitted the notice via email as instructed. They wouldn't accept an email that was told on the website that they would. But most importantly, Ms. Oriani was denied a courtesy notice that she inquired of Ms. Zimmerman to be filed by Ms. Zimmerman. Since knowing Ms. Oriani was locked out of e-file due to a clerical error where her previous attorneys were still listed as the attorney on record, which meant that Ms. Oriani did not have access to her e-file portal due to being represented by counsel. Ms. Oriani, through email, contacted multiple people, including her own attorneys, that were still on record to file this notice with the courts that the trial transcripts were in fact purchased on July 5th, 2022, and in full, and provided the receipt from High Plains. Ms. Zimmerman had a duty to the courts to see to it that the integrity of Ms. Oriani's appeal was not dismissed for reasons that would constitute as unethical and flat out in error, which Ms. Oriani's ended up that way. Ms. Zimmerman has been a driving force of intimidation, threats, and misconduct that has prejudiced Ms. Oriani to the point of libel and slander, as well as Ms. Oriani being terminated from her job. Ms. Zimmerman proclaimed to the tribunal at the beginning of court on March 7, 2022, that she had a preliminary matter to discuss. This matter was Ms. Zimmerman accusing Ms. Oriani of contempt of the TRO involving an incident where it was stated there was harassment by a third party and the police were called for Ms. Oriani sending third parties to Ms. Walsh's house, which was a direct violation of the TRO. Ms. Zimmerman was told by Magistrate Russell that she, Ms. Zimmerman, would need to file a contempt motion that would be heard outside of this courtroom, as the matter before the courts was the issuance of a TRO and should it be made permanent. Ms. Zimmerman assured Magistrate Russell that there were witnesses to the incident last night and she did not have time to subpoena these witnesses and requested that Magistrate Russell order them to stay. It was Ms. Zimmerman's falsehoods to Magistrate Russell that influenced Magistrate Russell into granting pop-up subpoenas and sequestering Miss Jamie Abeda and Miss Sarah King. Ms. Zimmerman then spent over 30 minutes discussing irrelevant material at the beginning of the hearing, as the questions to her client were questions regarding the incident that happened the night before. After a couple of objections made by Ms. Oriani that would be overruled as they were labeled foundational questions and allowed by Magistrate Russell, which then led to Ms. Zimmerman and her client being able to submit into evidence documentation from said incident that ranged from pictures of alleged subpoenas left on the door. One piece of evidence was a said quashed subpoena of Miss Walsh's minor daughter, to other pieces of Miss Jamie Abeda's car, as well as the testimony that came along with each picture and what her client did because of this incident, which was emphasized repeatedly by Miss Walsh that she involved the Broomfield Police Department. Miss Zimmerman's client testified that she immediately called the police after Miss Jamie Abeda and Miss Sarah King left because her daughter was home and she was scared. However, Miss Zimmerman did not call one police officer as a witness to this incident, did not get a police report that was filed for said incident, no CAD notes, no 911 call, no body cam footage, nothing. Why? Miss Zimmerman only had her client's testimony to the events that transpired and the pictures that Miss Zimmerman's client took of said incident. It was her client's testimony that awarded Magistrate Russell the confidence to award Miss Oriani a PPO. So if it was on the sole testimony of this witness, then it would suffice if new surfacing evidence would impeach this witness, which there is, then shouldn't this be grounds for reconsideration? And in fact, this would be a jointly supported motion by Miss Zimmerman if she was following Colorado professional codes in the interest of truth and fairness. Several months would pass until evidence would surface pertaining to the night before the hearing on March 7, 2022. It would be due to Miss Oriani emailing Miss Zimmerman on or about July 5th, 2022, and asking Miss Zimmerman if she had a copy of any police reports from the infamous evening of March 6th, to which Miss Zimmerman told Miss Oriani no. Miss Oriani in turn contacted Broomfield to obtain everything she could pertaining to the incident that involved the Broomfield police. It would be right after Miss Oriani did a request with Broomfield, and after Miss Oriani notified Miss Zimmerman of the courts and the order being fulfilled, that Miss Oriani bought the trial transcript and supplied that receipt, as well as supplying Miss Zimmerman with over 14 pieces of evidence on July 4th, 2022, that Miss Zimmerman then printed off the CAD notes on July 6, 2022 at 14:04 hours, and then applied those CAD notes in an exhibit that would be filed the next day, July 7, 2022, which was a motion citation for contempt against Miss Oriani, in which Miss Zimmerman's client was seeking jail time for Miss Oriani. The motion was never sent via email as a courtesy to Miss Oriani by Miss Zimmerman, and in fact, it was not until July 15th, 2022, when Miss Oriani's previous attorney emailed her a copy of the motion when that attorney realized that she was still the attorney on record. It would also be on July 15, 2022, that Miss Oriani would finally examine the CAD notes that directly impeached the sworn statements of Miss Zimmerman's client, as well as the body cam footage of Broomfield officers that too impeached the statements made by both Zimmerman and her client on March 7, 2022. Miss Zimmerman was threatening Miss Oriani with a criminal case, and that there was an open and active investigation before the hearing, and told the courts that there was a criminal investigation into Miss Oriani prior to the start of the hearing, which was factually incorrect, as the CAD notes as well as the body cam footage will support. Miss Zimmerman's overzealous attempts to advocate for her client through misconduct could, and Miss Oriani believes it has, led to Miss Oriani being prejudiced by the finder of fact Magistrate Russell, who was told such falsehoods right before Miss Oriani's hearing began. Once Miss Oriani obtained the CAD notes as well as the body cam footage, it will lead to a reasonable person, especially that of a reasonable lawyer, to see that their client, quote-unquote, fabricated and or manipulated a narrative to the Broomfield Police Department, as well as to the finder of fact in this hearing, by committing perjury during the testimony that Magistrate Russell would go on to hear about the incident on March 6, 2022. Magistrate Russell went on the record with her findings at the conclusion of the hearing as saying, quote-unquote, Miss Walsh is the only credible witness here today. I find her testimony credible at the ex parte, and her testimony here today just as credible. It should be noted that Magistrate Russell does not use the word more credible than Miss Oriani. She uses the word only. Magistrate Russell would later make it clear that not only was Miss Oriani not a credible witness, but quite frankly, neither Miss Abeda nor Miss King were, and that the only credible witness here today was Miss Walsh. As a result, finder of fact Magistrate Russell sided with the petitioner and granted Miss Oriani with a lifetime protection order. Since Miss Zimmerman's client was said to be the only credible witness in the courtroom based on testimonies from the TRO hearing on March 7, 2022, Miss Oriani was determined to prove that Miss Zimmerman's client was coached and committed perjury to obtain a PPO against Ms. Oriani. And so therefore, Ms. Oriani brought to Ms. Zimmerman's attention numerous pieces of evidence that supported and impeached her client's testimonies at both the ex parte hearing and the TRO hearing. Ms. Zimmerman ignored these efforts that were communicated via email with attached documents and instead filed a citation motion against Ms. Oriani for contempt of the protection order. Ms. Oriani's efforts to rectify the unjust that was cast upon her due to Ms. Zimmerman's client's falsehoods and purportedly done with malice to be able to be used by third parties of Ms. Zimmerman's client to defame Ms. Oriani and ruin her life and the life she shares with her minor son. It is clear to Ms. Oriani and will soon be to this honorable court that Ms. Zimmerman has put her financial gain and interest above all, even above the interest of her own client. Ms. Oriani purports that Ms. Zimmerman continues to aid her client in wrongdoings, which has resulted in Ms. Oriani being defamed, stalked, threatened, harassed, and intimidated on the daily as a result from what happened in the courtroom on March 7, 2022, as well as to the findings made by a biased fact finder, which was put on the internet on YouTube for the entire world to hear and believe as it was spoken by allegedly reputable persons in Walsh, Zimmerman, and Russell. However, Ms. Oriani was looking forward to being able to right the wrong during the appeal process, but that process was jeopardized by Ms. Oriani's past counsel, as well as Ms. Zimmerman and her client's efforts to conceal the wrongdoing by unethical behavior that helped prevent Ms. Oriani's appeal being furthered and in fact dismissed. Ms. Oriani is asking your office to fully investigate the claims made against Ms. Zimmerman, as they will be paragraphed in chronological order below, with exhibits attached where appropriate. There is overwhelming evidence that supports Ms. Oriani's claims of misconduct, and when multiple examples exist of misconduct, that suspensions and disbarment are precedented outcomes and will be cited by case law. Ms. Oriani asked that Ms. Zimmerman be held accountable for her actions so that Ms. Zimmerman cannot take advantage of another pro se litigant. Also, Ms. Oriani is asking that Ms. Zimmerman be instructed to provide Magistrate Russell and Judge Warren with a copy of this formal complaint and the outcome from this complaint, as the information and evidence provided within this complaint can and will factually clear Ms. Oriani of violating Colorado's stalking statute, to which she was found by the preponderance of the evidence to be in violation and so deserving of a PPO. This complaint also highlights the abuse of power displayed by Ms. Zimmerman and how she and her client manipulated Colorado state statute to unjustly and with malice succeed in falsely accusing Ms. Oriani of these violations. The injustice has not stopped with the PPO, as Ms. Zimmerman filed a citation motion of contempt against Ms. Oriani as recently as July 7, 2022, and has most recently not cooperated in a couple of civil matters that concern her client in Franklin County courts. Ms. Oriani is actively pursuing as many avenues as possible to request that the Broomfield courts vacate Ms. Oriani's PPO, or at the very least accept Ms. Oriani's motion for reconsideration for her appeals to be reopened. Ms. Oriani purports that Ms. Zimmerman has an ethical and professional duty to see to it that every case that she is involved with maintains the integrity of the law within the state of Colorado. And Ms. Zimmerman has a duty to comply within the conduct set forth by Colorado regardless of the outcome of the case. Ms. Zimmerman has failed to conduct herself within the standards set forth by the professional rules of conduct and committed violations of Colorado CPR Rule 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.16 A and B, 3.1, 3.4, 4.1, 4.3, 4.5, 8.4, and 11B. Ms. Oriani asks this honorable court to not compromise their standards for Ms. Zimmerman. Instead, acknowledge those violations made by Ms. Zimmerman under Colorado CRP, and see to it that this unethical behavior by Ms. Zimmerman will have no place within the courtrooms of Colorado, and set an example with Ms. Zimmerman that no attorney is above their ethical and professional rules of conduct, and as a result, sanction Ms. Zimmerman according to precedent in cases set forth by Colorado Superior Court. That's just 1 through page 8. There's 35 pages that then are in paragraph form in chronological order what has transpired. Like the likes of on or about January 2nd, 2022, Miss Zimmerman's future client began a three-way chat with California licensed attorney, redacted, and YouTube creator, redacted. This was for the sole purpose of Miss Zimmerman's future client to figure out how to, quote-unquote, take down Lana Oriani and manipulate Colorado state statute to get a TRO out on Miss Oriani. Also, it was a way to trigger Miss Oriani by collectively making videos about her on multiple YouTube channels as to get her to, quote-unquote, lash out against these creators and be caught on camera in a threatening manner. None of those efforts would work, as Miss Oriani did not watch any of those videos. However, it does not take away from the fact that they were all conspiring to take down Miss Oriani. This information was turned over to Miss Zimmerman on July 4th, 2022. However, Miss Oriani purports that redacted provided said information to Miss Zimmerman after she was the official attorney on record for Miss Walsh on January 26, 2022. As she purported that she was, quote-unquote, part of the legal team of Miss Walsh in said documents. Please see Exhibit CO and CP. Once Miss Zimmerman would have seen said documents, Miss Oriani purports that Miss Zimmerman, not withdrawing, violated Colorado Rule CPR 1.16, declining or terminating representation A, will result in violation of rules of professional conduct or other law, since Miss Zimmerman knew that her client committed perjury at the ex parte, and that is why Miss Zimmerman tried not to ask any questions to do with said hearing at the March 7, 2022 hearing. Number 2, Miss Oriani purports that Miss Zimmerman purposefully, with the intent to deceive the courts, submitted manipulated and or fabricated pieces of evidence, which would be a violation of numerous professional codes, most notably Colorado RPC 8.4 misconduct. It is a professional misconduct for a lawyer to A, violate or attempt to violate the rules of professional conduct, knowingly assist or induce another to do so, or to do so through the act of another, commit a criminal act that reflects adversely on the lawyer's honesty, trustworthiness, or fitness as a lawyer in other respects. C, engage in conduct involving dishonesty, fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation. Except that a lawyer may advise, direct, or supervise others, including clients, law enforcement officers, and investigators who participate in lawful investigation activities. And D, engage in conduct that is prejudicial to the administration of justice. Miss Zimmerman, by and through the process of discovery, provided Miss Oriani and Magistrate Russell allegedly Miss Walsh's pictures, screenshots, stills, etc. Miss Oriani purports that digital evidence as well as digital mistakes that would be caught by Miss Oriani prove that the alleged activity is founded and constitutes a violation of Colorado RPC Rule 8.4. Please see the Exhibit CQ, an Excel spreadsheet which identifies all exhibits that were available and seen by Magistrate Russell. The finder of fact in this case and their improper notations, as well as no quote-unquote authentic markings that would illustrate that these were in fact Miss Walsh's pictures, except for her sworn statements of them in fact being hers. Miss Zimmerman would not only blindly accept these fabricated and manipulated pieces, but during direct examination would also testify, as well as highlight her own client's testimony. This would be a direct violation of Colorado RPC Rule 11.6. Miss Zimmerman would highlight all these pieces of evidence and their authenticity by repeatedly asking her client, quote unquote, are these a true and accurate representation of what you took, Miss Walsh? To which her client affirmed that she was the only one to take any and all pictures, videos, and screenshots that were admitted into evidence under the rules of procedure. In a sense, Miss Zimmerman was aiding Miss Walsh in manipulating and deceiving the courts into believing that these pieces of evidence were truthfully sworn into evidence by the appropriate party and then given sworn testimony about said pieces of evidence. Miss Zimmerman was leading her witness on direct examination and was able to get away with it because Miss Oriani was not as well versed as Miss Zimmerman, but regardless, the courts were well versed and they allowed it. These pieces of evidence were compiled into a Dropbox that was then sent to Miss Oriani and Magistrate Russell. Mrs. Zimmerman allowed the following evidence that has later been identified to be falsified, fabricated, manipulated, or all of the above, which would include the testimony around each piece of evidence. Such evidence as the authenticating said evidence, the IP address Exhibit 2B. Miss Zimmerman allowed her client to falsely testify that the IP address shown on camera during a live broadcast of Miss Oriani's was in fact Miss Walsh's, her client. This would be factually incorrect, as the IP address belonged to her alleged fiance/business manager. The IP address went back to Highlands Ranch, Colorado, not Broomfield or Erie, Colorado, like Miss Zimmerman led with the questioning for her client to testify to. The zip code matched her zip code, in quotes. Miss Zimmerman violated Colorado Rule CPR 1.3, due diligence, on numerous occasions, but most notably as follows. Miss Zimmerman did not obtain the trial transcripts nor the court audio of the ex parte hearing on January 14th, 2022, to hear her client's testimonies and check those statements before agreeing to take on Miss Walsh's case. Please see Exhibit CH, the trial transcripts from the ex parte. Miss Zimmerman's client tells the courts that Miss Oriani is a squatter who stays with a woman at 404 Linmar Terrace in Alcove, Pennsylvania. When asked by the courts, Miss Zimmerman's future client said that, quote unquote, this is Miss Oriani's known address as of yesterday. The address belongs to the mother of a recently accused murderer who is a client under Miss Oriani's nonprofit Fight for Family. Yet, on the same day of said hearing, Miss Zimmerman's future client would contact a process server, Kurt Willeth, who lives and resides in Franklin County, Ohio, to process serve Miss Oriani at her home address that Miss Zimmerman's future client knew to be in Grove City, Ohio, when she was given that address from redacted on January 5th, 2022. Miss Zimmerman's future client played a thumb drive during the ex parte that was not brought back to the courtroom to be challenged by a cross-examination. Yet it was the reason her future client was granted an ex parte TRO. Miss Zimmerman's future client also stated at the ex parte that she had just received a trailer that featured her husband in it that was made by Miss Oriani for the first time. This is factually not correct, as Miss Zimmerman's future client saw the trailer on August 18, 2021, and had numerous conversations with Miss Oriani as well as staff members prior to August 18, 2021 about said trailer and after that date. That trailer was shown by Natasha Cooper on her YouTube channel, and those exhibits were given to Miss Zimmerman by Miss Oriani on July 4th, 2022, 2 days before Miss Zimmerman would then print off the CAD notes, and 3 days before Miss Zimmerman would then file a contempt citation motion against Miss Oriani. Miss Zimmerman should have caught on easily to the falsehoods reported by her client if she did any due diligence, but moreover, Miss Zimmerman should have questioned rhetorically her client's motives as to deceive the Broomfield courts with such falsehoods, most notably the address of Miss Oriani. Miss Oriani provided Miss Zimmerman with enough information that impeached her client's ex parte testimony on July 4, 2022, yet Miss Zimmerman continued with filing paperwork to aid in the falsehoods of Miss Zimmerman's client. Miss Zimmerman's future client hired a process server named Blank, a known felon in the state of Ohio, to process serve Miss Oriani. Miss Oriani purports that blank and blank gave strict instructions to blank on how, when, and where to serve Miss Oriani, which was on Monday, January 17, 2022, in the evening on a scheduled live broadcast on YouTube. This was intended for the sole purpose to antagonize Miss Oriani to go live and address what had happened and talk about this ordeal on lives that would surface in the future. It was also intended to humiliate, intimidate, and cause Miss Oriani's minor son emotional distress, as well as herself. Please see Exhibit CK, a link to the live footage of what Miss Zimmerman's client did to Miss Oriani and Miss Oriani's minor child, and the emotional distress that was caused that evening. Even though this was all prior to Miss Zimmerman being hired, once she was hired and given the link from her law firm partner, Miss Dolan, who was told to about the link by Miss Oriani in the conference room on July 27, 2022, it should have raised a red flag as to who she would be representing and why. Miss Oriani purports that Miss Zimmerman was aware that the process server who was hired to serve Miss Oriani was paid by blank. The process server was then deceitful when he filled out his paperwork before submitting it to the courts. Please see Exhibit CR, process server's paperwork. The live broadcast proves that the process server was dishonest in his paperwork, which prejudiced Miss Oriani's case, and Miss Zimmerman knew this as she watched the video. Miss Oriani provided Miss Zimmerman with 2 documents that outlined her client's behavior and online activity prior to her client hiring Miss Zimmerman. Please see Exhibits CO and CP. One of the exhibits is titled Operation Takedown Lana, which was a memo that was written by a licensed lawyer in California for Miss Zimmerman's client on January 2nd, 2022, 12 days prior to Miss Zimmerman's client filling out an application for an ex parte TRO. The other document is a 3-way group chat that featured Miss Zimmerman's client, that licensed attorney, as well as a YouTube creator. These were documents and text messages that were created and spanned from January 2nd, 2002 to May 1st, 2022. This was provided to Miss Oriani's appeal lawyers as well on May 13th, 2022, as well as Miss Zimmerman herself on July 4th, 2022. Miss Oriani alleges that Miss Zimmerman should have been given the documents that were forwarded to Miss Oriani's counsel on May 13th. However, Miss Oriani made sure to forward these documents, as well as other proof that impeached her client's statements during the TRO hearing and ex parte hearing, so that Miss Zimmerman was fully aware of the situation. Instead of withdrawing after multiple emails and proof sent to Miss Zimmerman from Miss Oriani at the beginning of July pertaining to this behavior of her client and her client's online alleged fiance and manager, Miss Zimmerman then filed a motion and affidavit for citation for contempt of court on behalf of her client that would be known to Miss Zimmerman to feature falsehood made by her and her client. Please see Exhibit CO, Operation Takedown Lana. Miss Oriani has always lived in Ohio and has never met Miss Zimmerman's client, yet Miss Zimmerman took on this case where her client was accusing someone of whom she had never met of stalking her client. Miss Oriani purports that if Miss Zimmerman would have done her due diligence, she would have been able to catch all of the falsehoods spoken by her client, as well as all the actions leading up to her client reaching out. Please see Exhibit CI, the January 27, 2022 trial transcripts. Miss Oriani purports that Miss Zimmerman was aware that her client was not in imminent fear for her life and manipulated Colorado state statute against Miss Oriani, a known online competitor of Miss Walsh's. The TRO was an attempt to get Miss Oriani to not speak of Miss Walsh on her YouTube channel, and this information can be seen in the 3-way chat, as well as the Takedown Lana memo. Miss Zimmerman's client manipulated Colorado state statute with the help of Miss Zimmerman's willfulness to ignore her professional codes of conduct. Miss Zimmerman argued in Miss Walsh's interests for her personal financial gain and with complete disregard of the stalking statute. Her client was caught numerous times speaking falsehoods on the stand, and yet Miss Zimmerman would go on to be able to successfully quote-unquote prior restraint Miss Oriani through the means and language written within a permanent protection order. This was unconstitutional. Please see Exhibit CS, the permanent protection order filed against Miss Oriani. During the hearing on March 7, 2022, the evidence was all hearsay, manipulated, and fabricated evidence that Miss Zimmerman knew at the time was fabricated. If she did not know it was fabricated, she clearly did not do her due diligence. All the exhibits that she admitted into discovery/evidence were not fact-checked with metadata, but instead were solely taken at the word of her client and purposefully manipulated as to cover any information about these quote-unquote clips, stills, videos that were presented to have identifying marks as to who really provided them. Again, please see Excel spreadsheet with all 66 exhibits listed. At the TRO hearing on March 7, 2022, Ms. Oriani asked for a directed verdict after Ms. Zimmerman rested her case. Ms. Oriani argued that Ms. Zimmerman failed to provide any evidence that constituted the insurance of the TRO in the first place, which is prong 1, and provided what Ms. Zimmerman was trying to accomplish with a PPO, and if successful, would violate Ms. Oriani's First and 14th Amendment rights. Please see Exhibit CJ, pages 166 to 170 of the trial transcripts. Ms. Oriani's directed verdict statement from the trial transcripts from March 7th. Ms. Zimmerman violated Colorado Code 1.3 diligence when Ms. Oriani provided Ms. Zimmerman with documentation on or about July 4th, 2022, that would have required Ms. Zimmerman to examine and investigate the information provided by Ms. Oriani. Please see Exhibits AK and AL, Ms. Oriani's emails to Ms. Zimmerman on July 4th. Ms. Zimmerman reports that Ms. Oriani reports that Ms. Zimmerman did not research that material because if she would have seen that her client's falsehoods led to Ms. Oriani being falsely accused and wrongfully ordered a PPO. Ms. Zimmerman violated Colorado Rule CPR 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.6, 1.16, 3.4, 4.1, and 11.6. Ms. Oriani purports that Ms. Zimmerman did not investigate or research Ms. Oriani's July 4, 2022 email, but instead retaliated by filing a motion and affidavit for citation for contempt of court on July 7th against Ms. Oriani. Please see Exhibit CM, the motion and affidavit for citation for contempt of court. Ms. Oriani purports that once she made Ms. Zimmerman aware of the information in her emails at the beginning of July, it would have rendered different actions from Ms. Zimmerman that follow the Colorado CRP. Instead, she violated them for her own personal financial gain and personal vendetta against Ms. Oriani. On or about July 6, 2022, Ms. Oriani asked Ms. Zimmerman if she had any reports from the incident at her client's home on March 6th. Ms. Zimmerman answered was no to having any reports or information on the criminal investigation that she spoke of at the TRO hearing extensively on March 7th. Please see Exhibit AK, email from Ms. Oriani and Ms. Zimmerman on July 6th. Ms. Oriani purports that Ms. Zimmerman's answer to her email about March 6, 2022 incident was not a truthful statement and would be a violation of Colorado 8.4 misconduct. Ms. Oriani purports that Ms. Zimmerman was in possession of the CAD notes and printed them off on July 6, 2022, which would have meant that she had requested this weeks prior to, as those requests take weeks to get back. Ms. Oriani put a request into the Broomfield Police Department on July 5, 2022. Please see Exhibit CT, Ms. Oriani's request. And then please see Exhibit AX, email from Nancy Dandino on July 15th, 2022, when she finally awarded Ms. Oriani the CAD notes. Ms. Oriani alleges that Ms. Zimmerman also violated Colorado Rule 4.1, truthfulness in statements to others, as well as Colorado under Rule 1.2d. A lawyer is prohibited from counseling or assisting a client in conduct that the lawyer knows is criminal or fraudulent. Ms. Zimmerman violates those rules when she began preparing a motion that she knew had false or misleading information, which could lead Ms. Oriani being charged with a criminal offense that led to her client filing a false report. On or about March 6, 2022, Ms. Zimmerman printed off the CAD notes / report from March 6th and filed it as an exhibit on July 7th, 2022, when she filed a motion and affidavit for citation for contempt of court. It should be noted that within Ms. Zimmerman's motion, her client is seeking jail time against Ms. Oriani. Ms. Oriani purports that the motion and affidavit for citation for contempt of court mainly focused on the evening surrounding March 6, 2022. Ms. Oriani alleges that Ms. Zimmerman aided her client that evening as over 2 hours is unaccounted for her before her client calls the police on March 6, 2022, as the CAD notes and body cam footage indicates. On or about March 7th, 2022, Ms. Abeda and Ms. King both testified that they were present together at Ms. Zimmerman's client's house around 4 p.m. and that they drove in the same vehicle and left shortly thereafter. Please see Exhibit CU body cam footage from March 6, 2022 at Miss Zimmerman's client's house the night before the March 7th hearing. This information / footage was not used by Miss Zimmerman in court on March 7th, even though Miss Zimmerman knew of its existence on March 6, 2022. Miss Oriani knew nothing about the police being called on March 6, 2022. However, would find out by Miss Zimmerman on March 7th, 2022 at 9 a.m., Miss Zimmerman did not use this body cam footage as evidence at her hearing, nor did she use it in her citation motion for contempt. Rule 3.4, fairness to opposing party and counsel. A lawyer shall not unlawfully obstruct another party's access to evidence or unlawfully alter, destroy, or conceal a document or other material having potentially evidentiary value. A lawyer shall not counsel or assist another person to do any such act. Ms. Zimmerman violated Colorado RPC by not advising opposing counsel of incident on the night of March 6, 2022, and withholding that information, and instead using discovery that was never turned over and seen by Miss Oriani prior to that day when it was being admitted into evidence. That would be over 10 pieces of evidence. I mean, how boring is all of this? Is this just like boring? Please see Exhibit CU body cam footage. Oh, I'm sorry. Please see Exhibit CN Broomfield Police CAD notes from Miss Zimmerman's client calling the police on March 6, 2022. Miss Zimmerman did not use this report at her hearing. Miss Zimmerman did not use this report at the hearing on March 7, 2022, but knew of its existence, whereas Miss Oriani did not. However, it is this report, the same report that Miss Zimmerman uses as an exhibit in her contempt citation motion, that Miss Zimmerman would have been made aware that her client did not call the police until 6:27 p.m. Miss Oriani has so many questions that pertain to what transpired during those 2 hours and what Miss Zimmerman's role was in that unaccounted time that was covered up at the March 7, 2022 TRO hearing. It would be covered up by Miss Zimmerman's client testifying under direct examination that she called the police right away, as in after Miss Jamie Abeda and Miss Sarah King left. First, why would she allow her client to testify that she called the police at least an hour and a half earlier than she did? And why did her client testify falsely by saying the police were called by her client first that evening after the third parties left, when Miss Zimmerman knew that her client called her before she called the Broomfield police? This information / testimony would be an exception to the rule when it comes to confidentiality, as if Zimmerman participated in the act of a crime that evening, which was fabricating evidence, which her client did that evening, and there would be digital evidence to support these claims if her client's home Wi-Fi and email address were taken in, as it would show that Miss Walsh printed off these subpoenas that evening and told law enforcement that both subpoenas were left then on her door, of which one was the one of the minor daughter, which had been quashed and would be a direct violation of a court order. Please see Exhibit CN CAD notes from Broomfield Police Department. Miss Zimmerman's client told the police, quote unquote, that they were fake subpoenas on the door, and my lawyer said that this was a violation of the court order and that, quote unquote, this was done as an intimidation tactic to not get me to show up to court tomorrow. These statements were made by Miss Zimmerman's client after 6:27 p.m., which would have been after Miss Zimmerman's client spoke to her on the phone. How would Miss Zimmerman know if the subpoenas were fake or not? And how are subpoenas faked? The court stamped 2 subpoenas, and those 2 stamped subpoenas were emailed from Miss Zimmerman to Miss Walsh, as under Colorado rule, communication, Miss Zimmerman under obligation would include Miss Walsh in all and any decision-making with her case, which would be to quash the one subpoena. Miss Walsh would have had to have been made aware of these subpoenas ever existing, and therefore Miss Oriani purports that they were emailed to Miss Walsh between February 18th and February 28th. Please see Exhibit CV, Miss Sarah King's photo of what the one subpoena looked like in the door with the attached directions behind the subpoena that was for Sean Walsh. Upon information and belief, Miss Oriani purports that Miss Zimmerman was contacted by her client immediately on March 6, 2022, when her client saw the vehicle of Miss Jamie Abeda. Please see Exhibit CW, the picture used of Jamie Abeda in the driveway of Miss Zimmerman's client in court on March 7, 2022. However, all of Miss Zimmerman's exhibits do not have any metadata attached to them, but easily could have, as the picture came allegedly from the phone of her client, and the timestamps are right on the pictures, but were conveniently left off at the top of the pictures. Miss Zimmerman's phone records from March 6, 2022 would help in identifying what time her client called her. How many times was Miss Zimmerman called by her client? Were those phone calls before or after the police were called, or was it both, before and after? And how much time went in between Miss Zimmerman being called and Miss Jamie Abeda leaving her home? Upon information and belief, Miss Abeda and Miss King left Miss Zimmerman's client's residence by 4:30 p.m. Miss Zimmerman's client can be heard telling the police officer on the body cam footage that she contacted her lawyer prior to calling Broomfield Police Department. Please see body cam footage, Exhibit CU, timestamp. Miss Zimmerman's client waited to call the police. Over 2 hours had gone by since Miss Jamie Abeda and Sarah King arrived at Miss Zimmerman's client's house. Miss Oriani alleges that everything that Miss Zimmerman's client said to the police and did between the time of Miss Abeda and Miss King leaving until 6:27 p.m. and when they came to her client's home was at the advice and direction of Miss Zimmerman, if and in fact that phone call exists. Ms. Zimmerman violated Colorado Codes 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.6, 1.16, 3.4, 4.1, and 11.6 when Ms. Zimmerman failed to read the CAD notes that she printed off on July 6, 2022 and filed as an exhibit with her motion on July 7, 2022. Ms. Oriani purports that Ms. Zimmerman's client testified under oath on March 7th that she called the police immediately after Miss Jamie Abeda and Miss Sarah King left her residence because her daughter was home and she was scared. The CAD notes highlight that Miss Zimmerman's client did not call the Broomfield Police Department until 6:27 p.m., which would be over 2 hours after Miss Jamie Abeda and Miss Sarah King left her client's residence. In addition, it should be noted that body cam footage of police officer Hess also impeaches her client's sworn testimony at trial on March 7, 2022. Miss Zimmerman's client can be seen in the body cam footage as telling the police officer that, quote unquote, she called her lawyer and her lawyer advised her that this was a violation of the TRO and to call the police. This statement by her client to the Broomfield police officers would impeach the testimony she made on March 7, 2022, that she called the police immediately after Jamie Abeda and Sarah King left her residence because her daughter was scared. This body cam footage shows fabricated evidence in the form of hard copies of alleged subpoenas that were served on March 6, 2022, where the officer can be heard saying multiple times to bring those to the courthouse tomorrow to show the judge. Instead, Miss Zimmerman's client takes pictures of these subpoenas and brings pictures of said documents. Also, police officer Hess can be heard multiple times saying that Miss Oriani did not violate the protection order as no contact was made and would not be filing any charges at this time. This, again, would be a direct contradiction to what Miss Zimmerman threatened Miss Oriani with before the hearing began in a conference room, as well as then Miss Zimmerman announcing these falsehoods to the courts, specifically the finder of fact, Miss Magistrate Russell, before the proceeding began, and again during the proceeding before Miss Oriani took the stand to testify. Lastly, Miss Zimmerman knew what her client testified to at court. So when she would have read the cat notes or watched the body cam footage, she would have seen the part where her client admits to calling her lawyer before she called the police. This admission by her client brings weight to Miss Oriani purporting that Miss Zimmerman helped her client during the 2 hours and 30 minutes after Miss Abeda and Miss King would have left the home, and that of Miss Zimmerman's client calling the police. This information proves that Miss Zimmerman was aware on March 7th, 2022, while her client was testifying, that she in fact was not testifying truthfully and was coached by Miss Zimmerman, as Miss Walsh never testified to calling her attorney at any point during her direct examination. A very convenient fact that was left out. Miss Zimmerman, knowing all of these facts, and still Yanni was pro se. Miss Zimmerman submitted paperwork within her citation motion for contempt that Miss Oriani was being investigated by the Attorney General for Cybercrimes, federal. This is libel on its face, and no documentation has ever surfaced purporting these accusations. Miss Zimmerman's citation motion for contempt alleged that Miss Oriani poisoned Miss Walsh's dog on July 2nd, 2022, without as so much as any paperwork supporting that her client's dog was admitted into any vet or ER. Also, Miss Oriani was in Columbus, Ohio for the entire weekend of July 2nd, as phone records and debit card transactions will support these offers of proof. Miss Zimmerman spoke with Miss Oriani the entire time that she was represented by counsel, June 7th, 2022 to July 15th, 2022. When Miss Zimmerman found out that Miss Oriani was still represented, she used it to her advantage and refused to speak with Miss Oriani, which was a crucial time as Miss Oriani was trying to make sure her appeal case was not dismissed, as she could not get her appeal notice to the courts. Miss Zimmerman denied Miss Oriani a courtesy notice that she is allowed to do, but she refused to do for Miss Oriani. Then Miss Oriani's appeal case was dismissed by Judge Warren on July 19, 2022 without prejudice. Miss Oriani is currently writing a motion of reconsideration and waiting for that to come back. Any questions? As if I was going to read it all for you guys. Come on now. Chef's kiss. Definitely. Take a look at this. Okay. Right here, off to the side here, if you look, and it says say something. Above where it says say something, your name goes there. That was whited out. This is fabricating evidence. This is somebody testifying to the fact that this is theirs. And this is, you know, what they did. Vanessa, we all knew you were a piece of shit. Thank you for showing it. Now, one piece. Record IP. Two pieces. Not her evidence. Not her IP address. How hard it been to look up and get all that. Not very difficult. That's what you're supposed to do.
But for him to do this and have another man with him, whether he was a legal...
Right here, what does that say? Does that say Father Snuffles? Is that who that's recording is? Is that who that belongs to right here where it says, you know, say something? Oh, forgot to get that one, didn't you? So, why would Father Snuffles, aka James Angel, be relevant? Well, you put him in your evidence. That's why. In order for you to have employees, Vanessa, you have to claim your taxes and you have to state how much you paid your employees. And then you have to the moon over here. Wow, what? Look at her, to the moon. You showed your son how to handle a threatening situation. Look at her comments. What a lunatic. Your past taxes. A 1099 employee. This is Miss Vanessa Walsh. My second trip to Denver, Colorado with James Angelo. It's an independent contractor. As the title. Father Snuffles recording it. I've never reached out to one customer of yours. Former friends. I don't even think you have any friends. I've never reached out to anybody. $5A. Now, do any of these show, like, who recorded this? No, it's cut perfectly as to not see anything. Even better, let's see. So, when you would go through this, threats, RE, employee, taxes, and evidence. Like, this is what Magistrate Russell would have had to go through. Don't show up to hearing. Like, you just should be labeling your pieces like 4C. That's it. Whatever the number or letter is. Not whoever sent him needs their ass beat is the title of 3A. This is, again, what Magistrate Russell would have had to go through in order to get to, you know, when she's going through and seeing these pieces of evidence. This is what she's reading. Oh, hold on. Whoever sent him needs their ass beat. Next one. Someone does this to my kid, it's on. To be IP address docs, not hers. Working on my aim. Cartwheels on the lawn. Vanessa, you're a piece of shit. 1D. Accusing of scaring her son. 1C. What did you tell the courts? 1B. What is up, Vanessa Walsh? 1A. These are the labels. Intent to inflict emotional distress on my child. 4A. Question for unmask. Going down like flies. 4B. This is not how you properly label exhibits. Again, this is being seen by the finder of fact when they're going through and having to, oh wait, what exhibit are you on now? Oh, okay, gotta go to which one? Seeing this. And then when you want to talk about right here, let's take a look right here. See right above where it says say something? There has to be a name. This is fabricated, manipulated evidence that was submitted and used. Right there. Is this a true and accurate representation of the screen recording you took, Miss Walsh? End quote. Yes. Because if it wasn't, she cannot be testifying to this. This is not hers. That is how the rules of evidence work. So this has to be yours. This is not hers. And in fact, whoever this is, Fellowship of the Holy Spirit. Who likes Benny Hinn? Sunday night. Well, guess what? We're going to find out. Again, next one. Same thing. Say something. Above it, you need your, whatever your name is. This is somebody's screen recording this, recording it from their computer. And right there is where you put the name above it. And when I say like you put it, no, the program puts it. So that means somebody went in here and removed the name that would be there. And if it was the name that said Unmask or Vanessa Walsh or Vanessa whatever, it would have been left there. But it had to be removed because it was not her screen recording. This is fabricated evidence, manipulated evidence. Also, I hadn't known this, but it's really important. I know you got 43 people that are watching this. I know you're watching for the other side, but when you can seriously sit here and watch this and say to yourself, oh my God, wow. Like Lana's crazy. Wow. No. No. I've proved over and over and over, and nobody wants to talk about it. I mean, whose name is this? Say something. What name's above it? What name's above it? Why would you have to use a program to make sure that's out of there? After you record it, after you screen record this, then you have to screen record it again so that you can remove whatever name was there. Okay? And then here's your testimony. Miss Walsh, is this a true and accurate representation of the screen recording that you took that night or that you did that day? Yes. Everything had to be yes. This was all her. This was all her. This was all her. This was not all her. This is not all her. This is not all her. And due diligence would be you seeing this. And if you went through this, like you're supposed to go through this, I mean, this is your discovery as an attorney. This is your evidence. This discovery was all turned over to the magistrate and myself. So when she had to go, oh, we're going to what now? What exhibit? You'd have to click, and you're going through all of these. Again, there say something, nothing. Unreal. Again, the bottom's cut off. I mean, the testimony surrounding this Natasha Cooper clip is priceless. This is not your live. This is not, how can you, what was happening in this? Oh, when Miss Oriani's comment right here, what is that about? Yep, that's Miss Cooper saying that I deserve to get my ass beat. What? No, that's Miss Oriani talking in live chat, which is on a 10-second delay. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So none of these none of this whole thing is unreal. You're damn right it's unreal. But none of this matters. Oh my God, Lana's the crazy stalker. No. Lana's nothing of the sort. One person got on my panel named Stephanie, and all fucking hell broke loose. And that one person was involved with that channel. And Teresa left unmasked, and then all hell broke loose. And how does this all get put on me? Because they thought that Teresa was giving me all this information. Teresa didn't give me shit. Nor did I ask or want anything. I knew what I knew. Because I figured it out. I figured out who was behind all the trolling that y'all get. And all these alts and all this bullshit. And who are the people that play like this. You know what, Hot Ham? Great point. The fact that this can be used as evidence is setting the scariest precedent. This is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting. And what type of lawyer, when you bring this to them, wait, what is this? You have a second or two or three of a clip, and you would think that a lawyer would be like, no, let's find out this, and this. No, but that's not what happened. Actually, what the lawyer did is the lawyer started testifying. The lawyer started testifying for her client while she was on direct examination. Here we go. Ready? I'll remind everyone there is no recording of any kind, audio or visual. That is very important that we have one record for court, and that will be the transcript of the court proceedings. So at the end of the trial, you may order a copy of that transcript.
if needed, but that will be the record. So at the beginning of our proceeding, Magistrate Russell says, I'll remind everyone that there is no recording of any kind, audio, visual, that it is very important that we have one record for court. Well, now that is fucking hilarious, because I received a record and 4 other people, and then the rest of the world, okay, heard a different record. And Lynn, Trauma and True Crime, Checkmate Humanity, whatever the fuck she goes by, had the audacity on March 12th, 2022, to make sure it was imperative that Aunt Lala does not play the last 4 minutes of the audio. Why? How would Lenny Pooh know about the last 4 minutes of the audio? Explain that to me, and I'll wait. I'll wait for that. So there wasn't just one court record. I was given an audio that was different from the petitioner. So right there, we have an issue. I tried to get an motion on the Friday that this needs to be dismissed. And the number one reason should be jurisdiction. And then not to mention that this is just a complete fuckerage, but whatever. And we're about to start a trial, and I need to tell you that the rules of evidence absolutely apply in this courtroom. And I am fearful that you are not well versed in those rules and are going to be frustrated. No. I'm very well versed in those rules. But listen to what is said before we start court. Ms. Oriani, I just want to say that this is one of the reasons that I was hopeful that this could have been resolved since we were last here, only because the difficulty in representing yourself, well, no shit, it's difficult to represent yourself, but you know what? You made it extra difficult when you prejudiced the fuck out of me in my case. By Googling me and searching me. You were biased. Should you have chosen to get an attorney today, that attorney well-versed in the filing of things in state as opposed to out of state. And we're about to start a trial, and I need to tell you that the rules of evidence absolutely apply in this courtroom, and I am fearful that you are not well-versed in those rules and are going to be frustrated. Well, I am fearful, and I was right, that you're worried about me in the rules of evidence. Meanwhile, petitioner and counsel made a mockery of your courtroom. Oh, is Jamie back in here? Here you go. All I know is it's like coaching kids. If you coach kids, high school, whatever grade, and you find out, that they tell you something and yada, 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 then you come and find out that, holy shit, they were not being honest with you. Okay. And they just totally made a mockery of, like, let's say your how you discipline kids, or whatever your values and standards and all that stuff for how you conduct your team. And what happens when you find out that somebody did that? Oh, no big deal. You think the coach just says, oh, it's no big deal, who cares, looks the other way? Or don't you have a pretty big problem with that? Yo, what up, dog?
Hey, girl.
Sub, yo.
Another day in paradise.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at these, lovely trial transcripts here, and, it's just mind-blowing when you actually, go back and you, look at things like,
compare things. Yeah.
Yeah. Like for example, for your guys' situation, Your Honor, something happened last night that I believe constitutes contempt at the court's 228 order regarding attempted service upon Miss Walsh's daughter, and also a violation of the protection order in general, but more specifically of the court's order. There are 2 people here who are witnesses to that. We did not have an opportunity to subpoena them. And I am so requesting that the court order them to stay in the event the testimony is needed. And she says, well, you haven't filed the contempt, and it's going to be contempt outside the presence of the court, so that's going to need to be, filed with contempt path. Now, if these are 2 witnesses that you wish to present, are these? Yes, Your Honor. But this event didn't happen until last night. Sure, but if they are somehow relevant, I don't know if relevancy can be established for them to be witnesses in your hearing today, in the trial today, then I'm going to order that they stay. Yes. She says, yes, they are. Yes.
Right. And never one question was ever asked.
What a fucking lie.
Yep. So you make somebody like me sit there for 7 hours for no reason, and then it's all just a bunch of lies and bullshit. Anyway.
So when you actually say, to the court here, the court says, for Jamie Abeda to briefly come in the courtroom so I can give her that same ordeal. Thank you. Miss Abeda, I don't need you to do anything but just stand right there. Are you Jamie Abeda? Yes. All right, Miss Abeda, I just wanted you to come in here briefly. I understand you're not feeling well, and I appreciate you being here. Miss Abeda, you are a potential witness in this case now, and I'm going to order that you remain in the courthouse at least until the plaintiff's case in chief is over, at which time I'm going to ask plaintiff counsel if, in fact, your presence is still required, but just remain in the courthouse, okay? Additionally, the court is going to enter a sequestration order for any and all witnesses. So let me go ahead and take your list of witnesses, counsel. We only have Miss Walsh, who I believe is permitted to stay, and Miss Abeda and Miss King. And Miss Oriani, who are your witnesses today? There are no witnesses. Okay, do you want to testify? No, I do not. Okay. Also, Your Honor, I would like to make it known that there is a party in the gallery that has made threats on my life that is actually here watching. And she goes by the online name Aunt Lala the Drunken Cupid. And her real life name is this. The court says, Miss Oriani, how is that relevant? I just want it known that somebody that's in this courtroom here is a public figure to report for YouTube, allegedly, and has made threats on my life. How is that relevant? I don't know. I think that would be fucking relevant.
Yeah.
But here, that absolutely, who is in the gallery is not relevant unless they're a witness. Okay.
Well, I'm not going to have out on the 27th of January, and I wasn't a witness at that point, so why she needed to know my name on that day?
Exactly. Then the follow-up is I am not going to have a circus in this. Yes, you are, and you did. Yeah, a circus? Okay, well, let's listen to it. I'm not going to have a circus I said, I agree. Courtroom today, this is just going to be about the elements of the protection order in the state of Colorado and whether this court makes a finding by a preponderance of the evidence to satisfy that. And I'm not going to get into, I know you all have talked a lot about this blogging. I still don't even understand it. So we're going to keep it as simple and basic as possible. That's what the law is supposed to be about. Oh, thank you. So,
yeah, finder of fact. She's gonna find her a fact.
So I have a question. I have here, where is it? Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with a thumb drive that has exhibits on it? Okay, yeah, you may. I'm not going to consider it until it's made relevant. Understood. That's how it goes with all evidence. Every single piece of evidence needs to be brought to the court's attention and pass the relevance standard before considered. So, what happens when you're given a thumb drive and that just like how you see here, and you have to actually like click and go through them like that, and so that you are then seeing these exhibits and the names of these exhibits? Do you think that that is prejudicial to the hearing? To be seeing labeled exhibits the way that these were labeled, and having to like, go through them like that in order to get to the next one. I'm just curious what you think.
Show me what they were showing, or was just this.
Oh yeah, so like when she had to go through, so she has these exhibits, and when you had to go through them, see here on the bottom, they were just as big as that.
Oh, when she was naming them, all these fucked up names?
Yeah, like so. But what I'm saying, like when she would have to go through these, you would be reading things that said, let's see. One D, Vanessa, you're a piece of shit.
Oh yeah, that's
1C is accusing of scaring her son. Like, I mean, I've never seen evidence labeled like this.
And you didn't label it that way, they did.
Yeah, this is not my evidence. This is 66 pieces of evidence labeled like this. Like 1B, and then it had the description. Okay? And so when you're sitting there as, Magistrate Russell would have been sitting there. Okay, and so it says, may I approach Your Honor with this thumb drive? Okay, this is what the Dropbox is. And you're going through all of these, all right? So that's what you're seeing, all right? And, then she's saying, well, that's how it goes with all the evidence. Every single piece of evidence needs to, be brought to the court's attention and pass the relevancy standard, okay? So I have a question here. You can tell me what you think. Okay. I say to Miss Walsh here. Okay.
As far as anybody being questioned in any future litigation of any kind, Ted Bundy, he got to question every single one of his victims. So, don't be acting like, oh no, you can't question this person or that person.
He sounds like a moron.
He does. It's like he doesn't even know. And then he gives us all the evidence we need.
Okay, so check this out. So when I begin my line of questioning, and so listen to this. Listen to this. Do you, Miss Walsh, you also state she impersonated my close friend's wife, drove to a tire store to get receipts in order to obtain their personal information, including their name, email, address, and home address. She is using this information to intimidate and harass me. She's completely obsessed with me. Do you recall the statement? Yeah. Who is the close friend? James Angelo. Who is James Angelo? The close friend that I referred to? And how would this have anything to do with your TPO? That was my question. And how does this have anything to do with your TPO? Does he live with you? The court says, no, you're stuck with that answer. She identified who that person is. Go ahead and move on. I'm not going to allow a fishing expedition regarding who Mr. Angelo is. She has identified the person that she was talking to. I mean, did they talk prior to this? I mean,
they did.
My question is very, very simple. Who is James Angelo, the close friend that I referred to? My question then says, and how would this have anything to do with your TPO? How is that not a relevant question? My question is, how would this have anything to do with your TPO? The court just butts in, not her attorney, the court butts in and says, no, you're stuck with that answer. She identified who that person is. Go ahead and move on. Wait, what?
You're mentioning that person in your application for the TRO.
Yeah,
so how the hell is that not relevant? And the dude doesn't have a wife.
Well, but it's about the question. The
Right.
question
No,
says,
I know.
the question is, and how would this have anything to do with your TPO? Where does she answer that question?
Nowhere.
There is no objection from the other side to say, like, there was no objection from opposing counsel here. And
well, yeah, you have the judge
so
not
how
to
about all the
rest
hearsay?
until-
How about all the hearsay questions that were asked and leading questions that were asked by her attorney? And did you hear the court say, no, Miss
Right.
Zimmerman, you're not going to lead her, ask a,
testify for her.
yeah, please, rephrase your question. Miss Oriani is not, as well versed, but this would all be objected to and it would be sustained. So Miss Zimmerman, if you want to rephrase your questions, but I'm going to help Miss Oriani out here and you are leading this witness. Okay.
Mhm.
But instead, I ask a question about the TRO. This is what she says. And I say, do you recall that statement? She says, yes. Then I say, well, who is this close friend? Well, James Angelo. Well, who is James Angelo? The close friend that I referred to? And then I said, and how would this have anything to do with your TRO? No, you're stuck with that answer. She identified who that person was. That wasn't my question.
Right, that was the last question.
Exactly.
Before this question.
Exactly. No. She identified who the person is. Go ahead and move on. I'm not going to allow a fishing expedition regarding who James Angelo is. She has identified the person that she was talking about.
Lana, could you imagine what would have happened if they would have issued a bench warrant for me, given all this fucked up shit and then what's going on with me? Like, I'd have fucking had a field day with these pigs. And then this bitch wants to issue a warrant for something that they know that I'm not even relevant to what's going on. And then the judge just allows all this shit. She saw Sarah testify and they never asked her one question about anything other than these subpoenas, these fake subpoenas. And we never see a subpoena that was actually served. And then this guy's more worried about stalking me than he is about showing up for court. And it's ridiculous. I mean, I'm like, they did that on purpose and they were nasty about it. And it's like for nothing. So yeah, I put that in my complaint too. And I probably wasn't as nice as you were. Because I said a lot of things and I'm like, you want to accuse me and say things about me and defame me in a court when you're the liar and you can't even follow the judicial process as in your capacity and you have all this power and you're just abusing it. Like, who else have you done this shit to?
Well, I mean, I have these are the transcripts don't lie. Miss Oriani, exactly. Go ahead and ask Miss Oriani. Okay, go on. I said, okay, Miss Walsh, how does myself driving to a tire store to get a receipt have anything to do with, in Ohio at a tire store, have anything to do with you? Miss Zimmerman, I'm objecting to the lack of foundation. How the fuck is there a lack of foundation when this is what was in her fucking TRO?
Exactly.
Do you hear her? I'm objecting to that. Well, you're objecting why again? To lack of foundation? The woman wrote it in her TRO. Did you even read her fucking application? And then it says, the court says, I'm going to allow you to explore this, Miss Oriani, but you need to be aware that once you start to open the door, that is what this is called. You invite in testimony that wouldn't otherwise be allowed. What in the fuck are you talking about? How would this be allowing anything? This is what the woman wrote on her TRO paperwork to get an ex parte.
Right. I mean, how is that bothering her? How is that anything to her?
So it's please, not. Yes, it said, so please, I don't know if this is going to do that, but you need to be aware that when you do ask questions, then they get to come back on rebuttal and present more information to rebut what you just said. With that cautionary tale, you may continue. The question was, how does this receipt from the tire store play into this? That's what the court said. The court then put that question there. She says, when you were on your live broadcast for the tire store, you were going to get a receipt and you had my ex-volunteer on your panel saying what you were going to do and why. That is completely not true. Stephanie was never on my panel while I was going to the tire store, just for the record. No one was on my panel. I was in the car driving. Okay, I wasn't even on StreamYard like that. I was on my phone. Doesn't have that capability. Question. What was this ex-volunteer on my panel for? Answer. What was this on your panel for? No. You reported this live in your TPO. So do you recall what she was talking about? You asking my opinion? Because you invited her on your panel. You would have to answer that question. Wait a second. You assumed this whole line of questioning of what Miss Abeda did or did not say, why she said it, what. So I said, what was she saying on this live? Objection, hearsay. Exactly. It's the same fucking objection that I had about what was what would you hear Miss Abeda say? I said, objection. And she's like, the court say, yeah. That's hearsay. So right here, it's the same thing. What was she saying on this live? Objection, hearsay. That is hearsay. The objection is going to be sustained. That's not what the fuck happened to me. It went down like this. That is hearsay. And then Miss Zimmerman comes flying off the fucking handles to say, Your Honor, no, what? And then she starts testifying, which is against the rules of professional conduct. You are not permitted to testify while you are counsel. Okay? So listen to this. She says, that is hearsay. The objection is going to be sustained. Boom, done. Now, that is called discretion. And now look at what she did for mine. I was the same thing. Boom, done, over with. But no, not only does she not sustain it for me, she overrules it, but overrules it with not even what the question was even about. I said, you testified that there was a clip from Natasha Cooper in your direct examination, and you stated that I was in chat while she was live. When you were in chat, can you talk, or I'm sorry, when you're in chat, can you talk with other people that are in chat, like the other subscribers? And she says, yes. I said, so is it possible that Miss Oriani myself was talking to the 900 people that were in chat? Objection. She is asking for speculation. Sustained. Bullshit. That's not what I'm asking for. I said, so is it possible?
Right.
What is the live chat feature for?
Right.
But so here's objection. She is asking for speculation. The whole testimony of Miss Walsh is hearsay and speculation.
How does she know what my intentions were? Nobody knows the operation of another person's mind, period. And that's a legal term.
Sustained. Miss Walsh, how many live broadcasts have you done about Lana Oriani? Objection. Relevancy. Sustained. Are you fucking kidding me?
Jesus.
Miss Walsh, you stated in your testimony that I do mock trials. Is that correct? I stated that you did one about this hearing. Do you know how many individuals Miss Oriani, myself, has put up on YouTube that pertain to other mock trials? Objection. Relevancy. Sustained. Miss Walsh, have I ever commented on your page on my videos? Have I ever commented on your videos page, whatever? Yes, I have. Yes. When? I don't remember the date. I know which video it was. I made one comment ever in this Be New.
Oh, yeah.
This was back because it was about Charissa. It was just commenting just like about the jogger.
She totally fabricated the fact that people are giving you information that left her camp. And it's like, you have no proof of that. You're just saying it. And it's like, you might think it, but I don't believe that's the truth. And everybody has said it's not.
Miss Walsh, do you remember reaching out to me when you asked me on December 3rd, why your face was a money shot on a live broadcast? Objection. Relevancy. I'm not sure how this might be relevant, so I'm going to allow a follow-up question. Miss Walsh, did I show you a document screenshot of you and Lude saying my name, Lana, 482 times between the two parties? Objection, relevancy. I said, Your Honor. Miss Oriani, you've lost me again. I don't know what that is referring to. You're going to have to really provide some... What do you mean? I just asked her a fucking simple question that says, Miss Walsh, did I show you a document screenshot of you and Lude saying my name, Lana, 482 times between the two parties? Objection, relevancy. You don't think it's relevant that your client said my name 482 times between text messages?
Right.
And then this is the court says, Miss Oriani, you've lost me again. Well, when did I lose you the first time? Okay. I don't know what this is referring to. You're going to have to really provide some foundational questions to build up to that, or you can testify to that yourself. But that question is asked rather in a vacuum. How is that asked in a vacuum? I just asked her if she had conversation with a woman named Lude and said my name 482 times between the two parties.
I mean, to prove that she's actually stalking you, that's relevant to everything.
She said, that's a long explanation to say that objection is going to be sustained at this point.
Dear God. I'm glad I wasn't in there. I'd have had a heart attack.
Yeah. Miss Walsh, you stated that you became aware of Miss Oriani by making a post on December 30th or 31st, 2020. Correct. Where was that post made? A Facebooker called The Accused. I said, is it here? I can't remember if I submitted it or not. Ms. Zimmerman says, Your Honor, again, Miss Oriani is asking about what I think is trying to ask about what has been admitted into evidence. I didn't truthfully understand that question, but I do object. The court says, Miss Oriani, that objection is going to be sustained.
Dear Jesus. I don't even know what I'm objecting to, but I'm just going to object.
Yeah, because I said, is it here? I can't remember if I submitted it or not. The answer to the question was no. No. The court, Miss Oriani, that objection is going to be sustained. I said, okay. Miss Walsh, have I ever said that I was coming to your home? To you? No. Miss Walsh, did I ever say that I was going to cause you or your family bodily harm? Did you ever say to me? You have said it to others. Have I ever said it to you, Miss Walsh? No. Miss Walsh, isn't it true that you just want me not to talk about you? Miss Zimmerman says, objection. The court says, I think it's a fair question. Miss Zimmerman says, I guess. Let me tell you why my objection, just for the record. I think that what Miss Oriani is trying to do is imply that Miss Walsh is trying to use this proceeding for some purpose other than getting a permanent protection order to protect her. The court says, that's her theory of the case. Miss Oriani, go ahead. Yes. Can you repeat your question, the witness said? Did I have I threatened bodily harm? She's like, I don't think that was the question that you just asked, but I did answer. But again, not directly to me, to others. So if you already knew what I asked, then why are you asking me to repeat it? But I did that on purpose. Miss Walsh, isn't it true that you are doing this so that I will stop talking about you? Answer, absolutely not. Question, then why are you doing it? Answer, can I answer that truthfully with my opinion? The court says, the door has been opened. You are to answer all questions honestly and openly. Yeah. Who says under oath, can I answer that truthfully with my opinion?
Right.
Does your opinion differ from the truth? And aren't you here under oath? The witness says, thank you, Your Honor, because I think that you are obsessed with me. I think you are mentally unstable and you scare me. So these are your opinions of me. Yes. I said, are you a therapist? No, I'm not. Miss Walsh, isn't it true the reason that you went down to the courthouse on January 13th, 2022 to obtain a temporary personal restraining order was because I had just read off on January 13th a complaint out of California where Lana Oriani and Vanessa Walsh were listed as co-defendants, yes or no? She said no. I said, it has nothing to do with on my live feed on January 13th that I said I would be turning over all evidence to Lynn, Judy Lynn, to help her. No, I actually got the paperwork before that live. I just didn't turn it in until the 14th. She's admitting that she got the TRO paperwork before the 14th, which then again goes right to the fact of, so you didn't just come down here and fill out the application right when you saw this trailer that had you a nervous wreck because you first saw it and blah, blah, blah.
Right. She wanted the paperwork ready so that when she could figure out how to frame you for this shit, then she would have everything ready to go.
Mm-hmm. I said, Miss Walsh, do you recall on August 6, 2021, that I said I would be putting together a timeline of events of a sex scandal on YouTube? On what date? August 6th. Do you recall this conversation? Not on that date, no. If you keep flipping through, I think you're going to come across it in that exhibit. The courts, you are going to need to direct this witness to whatever you're referring to, Ms. Oriani. I believe that the double H on August 6th, I referred to you that we have to sit down and put all of our stuff together to come up with a timeline of all of the harassing that has been taking place. That is not what we discussed on August 6th. I said, what does it say there? Objection to the question, what does it say there? What does it say on the HH document that you're looking at, Ms. Walsh? Ms. Oriani, I'm going to sustain the objection. Okay. At this point, you are talking about a 16-page exhibit, and there's really no focus on your question that I'm going to be able to understand. What? I'm asking what this says.
Oh, no, you can't read.
Miss Walsh, are you aware of the sex scandal that happened on May 27, 2022, that included a bunch of creators going on a live panel on Natasha Cooper and claiming that there was 16 victims of Lana Oriani? Miss Zimmerman, objection, relevancy. The court, yeah, sustained.
Jeez.
We talked on the phone for an hour and 29 minutes on August 6, 2021. Do you recall what that conversation was about? Vaguely. But based on the rest of this, it was about the live that I contacted you about. So your business manager, James Angelo, didn't contact me to get into an NDA on May 31st? Objection, relevancy.
Oh, my God.
Just days after? Objection, relevancy, and lack of foundation. The court, sustained. Miss Walsh, do you know about a sex scandal on YouTube? Miss Zimmerman, objection, relevancy, sustained. Miss Walsh, you state in your TPO that I admitted that I had been stalking you for over a year. How was I stalking you? Answer, back in December or currently, question mark. You said in your TPO, you said, she has been stalking me for over a year. She's been stalking me for a year. So this was filed January 13th, 2022, I mean. So go back to 2021. And she says, if you're referring to what I just found out back in December, I'm asking how I have been stalking you. How did I admit to stalking you? You didn't admit what you did before. She wrote it in her paperwork that I admitted. I said, so then,
you were stalking her.
Yeah, I said, so then, therefore, is this then an incorrect statement on your... No, Miss Oriani, you asked... Okay, a very broad question that this witness is entitled to answer it fully. No, why are you impeding on my... I'm catching her and she's impeaching herself, motherfuckers.
Yeah, because it's like, oh no, you can't win. We're playing dirty and you can't win even if we're playing dirty. Come on.
I just say to her, you said in your TPO, you stated, she has been stalking me for over a year. So this was filed January 14, 2021. 2022. So go back to 2021, go back a year from that. And then she says, if you're referring to what I just found out back in December, I said, I'm asking you how I have been stalking you. How did I admit to stalking you? You didn't admit that you did before. She's like, you didn't admit that you did this before. Then my question is, so then, therefore, is this an incorrect statement on your, and as I'm about to say, on your TPO? She says, no, Miss Oriani, you asked a very broad question, and this witness is entitled to answer it fully. I said, I agree, Your Honor. Go ahead. I didn't know until recently, about December 31st, 2020. You had told me that Andrea Powers was stalking me and you attributed everything that you had done to Andrea. And now I saw proof that you actually did it and Andrea did not. I said, where is that proof? She said, I have it. I have it. I said, the proof that I've been stalking you through Andrea Powers? She said, yes. I said, Miss Walsh, have I ever attempted to get into any of your Patreon groups or Facebook groups? She says that she has this. Where is it?
Right, that's not evidence.
Because once again, when I say that, and I say, where is it? She's like, objection. Miss Oriani is, asking what is an evidence, and that... So I said, Miss Walsh, have I ever attempted to get into any of your Patreon groups or Facebook groups? She says, yes. I said, I've been a member? She said, yes. I said, when? She said, I don't remember the exact date you joined. Does August 2021 ring a bell? That could be correct. So who was a member of your Facebook group, me or Andrea Powers, in 2020 to 2021? December 20th, 2020 to August 2021. Was I a member or was Andrea Powers a member? Well, both of you were members at one time. Was I a member of your group from December 2020 to August 2021? Was I a member during that time period? No, not unless you were under, and then I cut her off and I say, was I a member? Let her answer the question, Miss Oriani. What do you mean? She just said no. Asked and answered. I didn't ask her to fucking give me any more fucking opinions on what the fuck she wants to say. Let her, she said she answered the question. She said no. But then she wants to continue on and say some bullshit that I didn't ask her for.
Right.
She said, let her answer the question, Miss Oriani. The witness says, I can't 100% attest to that because people join under fake accounts all the time. Am I aware of your name joining? No. Not until you say if it's August. It was around that time. Around what time? Or August of 2021 when we were speaking. So I didn't join your group until after speaking to you, after you reached out to me, that I am aware of. Isn't that correct? That didn't mean you weren't, was her answer. Do you have any evidence to prove that I've been in your group prior to August of 2021? I don't have any evidence. In what form? I said, because I wasn't in your group, was I? And the court says, no, Miss Oriani, that is not an appropriate question. It has been asked and answered, and then the commentary on the end of it is not, if you don't stop the commentary, I'm going to stop the questioning. You have the right to testify, but not to comment on another witness's credibility. Excuse me? When I say, because I wasn't... because I wasn't in your group, and then I was trying to finish it, and she cuts me off. Because I wasn't in your group, was I? But it gets cut off, and she's like, no, Miss Oriani. So no, you're cutting me off because it was a question. No, because I wasn't in your group, and it was going to be saying, was I? Okay, just like, why are you cutting me off? You're not letting me finish my statement that is actually a question. Because this is cross-examination. Miss Walsh, isn't it true that you have a helper by the name of Melissa B? Objection, relevancy. Sustained. Miss Walsh, have you ever kicked out Andrea Powers from your groups? Objection, relevancy. Sustained. Miss Walsh, do you remember when we talked through Facebook application that I had no idea that you lived in Denver, Colorado? Miss Immers, I'm objecting to the lack of foundation. What the lack of foundation of me and this person having a conversation? Miss Walsh, do you remember when we talked through Facebook application that I had no idea that you lived in Denver, Colorado? What kind of foundational question would I need to ask to lead to that? I'm asking because I'm being serious. We've been talking about how we talked in the DMs the whole time. What about that question is not foundational? Listening while I work. Lana, as pro say, did great. None of these knuckleheads could do this. Yeah. And wait for the rest of it to come. So I don't understand how that could have been asked. So I'm objecting to the lack of foundation. Then, because that couldn't come out. They had no idea that she lived in Denver. She had to tell me that. She told me that. She's like, I was like, I didn't know that you lived in Denver. I was like, shit, when I was out there, you know, she's like, oh, Jay for Justice would have never had that. Me and Jay hate each other. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah. She said and then the court says lack of foundation, and it also calls for hearsay, because while it would be a statement of a party opponent if offered by the plaintiff, it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted by the defendant. Therefore, it's not a party opponent offering it. So that objection is sustained. You got to be fucking kidding me. Talk about getting squeezed in Game 7. When you're trying to like throw fucking strikes down the plate and you're getting squeezed. Are you insane? This calls for hearsay. This is a conversation between us too. But I'll make sure I'll brush up on that. Miss Walsh, have you ever been a member of Fight for a Family? Nonprofit organization. Objection relevancy. Sustained. Miss Walsh, to promote your YouTube channel en masse, do you use any other social media applications than YouTube? Objection relevancy. Sustained. Are you fucking kidding me? Miss Walsh, have you ever made a post about Miss Oriani? Objection relevance. I'm going to allow that question. Wait, that question has everything to do with I was laying foundation. Is Miss Walsh, have you ever made Miss Walsh, do you use Miss Walsh, do you promote your YouTube channel en masse? Do you use any other social media applications? That is a foundational question for me to lead into, have you ever made posts? Do you understand the question that I was leading for foundational got objected to and sustained, but then the question that was coming after that got objected to, but oh, that one can go? I mean, do you hear the fuckerage of this?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to allow that question. I can't remember the exact dates, but I believe there was one post about you in a private group. Well, about your organization as it relates to the Chris Watts case. Right there, she mentions my organization.
Yep.
In evidence that I sent over, I would like to show the witness a post. May I approach? Miss Oriani, can you tell, this is Miss Zimmerman, Miss Oriani, can you tell me where you are referencing or referring to what? I said, yes, I can tell you. This will be BB, but I can give you the number that is on the Dropbox. Which file is it in? It should be in its exhibits on the 832_2. Is that in the order of exhibits? Yes. Say that again. 832_2. I don't. Your Honor, just to orient the court, this appears to be printed out of screenshots of text messages between two people, and neither of whom are here today. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Wait, what? She just testified that she made a post in her private group Facebook page about my organization. And I am submitting these, there was multiple.
Slander.
There was no, but there was just multiple screenshots of everything that she has shown here today is screenshots and pictures.
Right.
Okay, this objection. I don't, Your Honor, just to the court, this appears to be a printed out of screenshots of text messages between two people, and neither of whom are here today. The court says, well, that will go to the authentication, and I think that objection is premature. Let's see what the witness says when it's offered to her for authentication. Miss Oriani, start with the authentication. I said, is this a message? First of all, it's do you recognize? Okay. Do you recognize that screenshot. No, but I have so many messages. It looks like it's my account. So right there, she authenticates it. It looks like it's my account. I said, from the Unmasked Patreon Lounge? Possibly. Okay. I would like to submit that with the order there's more for her to authenticate, but I want to submit this. The court says, you would like to what? I said, I would like to submit that, like meaning that piece. So I would like to submit that with the order there is more for her to authenticate. She said, you would like to what? I would like to submit a couple more documents to go. You need to establish who this person is. She just said that this is from her Patreon group. This is hers. She said, it looks like it's my account. She authenticated it right there. You need to establish who this person is. I was asking her to read this. No, not until it's admitted. Okay. Who is Unmasked Patreon Lounge? Is that you? No. That is Miss Walsh. The courts say, who is Unmasked Patreon Lounge? Is that you? I said, no, that is Miss Walsh. I haven't heard that. Miss Walsh is Unmasked Patreon Lounge, your Facebook group. Miss Zimmerman says, I apologize. Just so I'm looking at the correct exhibit, I'm looking at something that looks like the top is a text message or a message from somebody named Kim Taylor Pate. I don't see anything about Patreon Lounge. I am looking at the correct thing. I'm looking at 832_2. Yes, I'm asking her if that is from this group that she has. I said, the witness says, I have multiple groups. It's possible it is. I don't know. There is. And she gets cut off and says, Miss Oriani, let me clarify. So you think that because this person that sent a text message was with a group? I said, and then I didn't get to answer. She says, the plaintiff belongs to that. It's going to be allowed in. No, she doesn't belong to it. She's the owner of the fucking group. She's like, I'm going to sustain the objection. This is hearsay. This Kim Taylor Pate, I haven't seen the exhibit. That is what I wrote down. That person needs to be here, not. I said, there is a message that is underneath it that Miss Walsh is speaking to. That's what I say. And she said, no, it's inappropriate. I'm not going to allow it. It wasn't what Miss Kim Taylor Pate is saying. It's the answer to what she said. It's this person wrote this, and then in response, this person wrote, and that person was Vanessa Walsh. What do you mean? So I said, she said, no, it's inappropriate. I'm not going to allow. But I say there is a message that is underneath it that Miss Walsh is speaking to. Nope, it is inappropriate. I'm not going to allow it. I said, okay. There needs to be proper foundation. The woman is on the stand saying that this is her fucking account.
Right.
The woman just testified that, yes, she had, right back here, she says, I can't remember the exact dates, but I believe there was one post about you in a private group. Well, about your organization as it relates to the Chris Watts case. I say, Miss Walsh, have you ever made posts about Miss Oriani? That is the foundation. She answers it and says, I can't remember the exact dates, but I believe there was one post about you in a private group. Well, about your organization as it relates to the Chris Watts case. And it wasn't about the Chris Watts case. It was about my organization being a scam. Okay? So there is your foundation right the fuck there. She says that, yes, she did this. Okay? I'm showing her the documentation so that we can get it read out loud in the courtroom and then dated to show when this happened and when she was coming for my nonprofit. And then this goes to this whole takedown of Lana. But this to say that nope, it's inappropriate. I'm not going to allow it. There needs to be proper foundation. I say, Miss Walsh, how do you promote Unmasked on YouTube? How do you promote Unmasked? Objection, asked and answered. What? I said, how do you promote Unmasked? Objection, asked and answered. And objection to relevancy. Okay, well, I don't, asked and answered I would allow. Relevance, why is that relevant? I'm asking how she promotes her channel. This is all about social media. I say, Your Honor, or she says, Your Honor, objection, this doesn't have any relevance to the prongs that the court has to consider. I'm sorry, hold on. She says, objection, asked and answered. It was never answered. And then she says, objection to relevancy. Court says, okay, well, I don't, asked and answered I would allow. Relevance, why is this relevant? Ms. Oriani says, because she has stated she has multiple social media avenues that she promotes Unmasked, the YouTube channel. The court says, okay. And within those, I was asking her if she made these statements. I'm not going to allow that. Okay. The court says, we're going down a rabbit hole. No. If you would have just admitted into evidence, like she was authenticating that she did this, there's no rabbit hole here. I say, that's fine. Miss Walsh, again, how did you say you knew me? How do you know Miss Oriani? The court says, that's asked and answered. Well, guess what? On cross-examination, you can ask a question multiple motherfucking times on cross.
For clarification, right.
Yep. She said, the court said this, not Miss Zimmerman. The court said, that's asked and answered, Miss Oriani. I'm becoming impatient. For the record, it's now 12:15. We still have 2 other witnesses to go. We were set for, it says 1 hour hearing. I was prepared to go 3 hours, and we're now at that mark. So I'm going to ask you to speed things up. Cut to the chase here because we still have a redirect and 2 other witnesses to go to. What?
She didn't even ever figure out if we were relevant, but she's going to say that we have to testify?
I said, isn't it a fact that Miss Oriani blocked you December 21st, 2021, not the other way around, Miss Walsh? Your Honor, objection. This doesn't have any relevance to the prongs that the court has to consider. The court says, no, I'm going to allow that question. The witness says, no, that's false. I blocked you. In fact, you talked about it on your live that you pulled down and you did cry about it. This is me. I'm sorry. I didn't understand that. Or no, I'm sorry. This is the courts. The court says, I'm sorry. I didn't understand that. The witness says, she had a live broadcast after I blocked her and she discussed that fact and you did cry at the end. She never blocked me. The digital evidence will support this when this comes out in a fucking defamation suit, which is almost filed. I said, where was this live at? The court says, hold on. Don't interrupt, Miss Oriani. Okay. You've asked the question, and I'm going to hear the end of the question. She says, and at the end of the live, she started crying, and people were comforting her in that chat, and you said that you thought I was your friend, and you have pulled that live. It is no longer public. So you, Miss Walsh, you have copies of all of these other videos, but the one that I state that you blocked me, I'm crying, that one is nowhere to be found. That's a question. Is that not a question?
Yeah.
She says, you don't get to comment on the credibility here. I said, comment on the credibility. That's a question. Of all these videos that you've submitted here today, where's this video that corroborates and substantiates your fucking statement here?
Right.
That you blocked me and that I was crying about it. That was my question. My question is where is all of this stuff? You don't get to comment on the credibility here. I said, Miss Walsh, are you aware of how many videos I have done on YouTube? Objection, relevance, sustained. Miss Walsh, I'm still not clear on how you are in imminent danger of me. The court says, that's a question for me to answer. I said, okay. The court says, Miss Oriani, Miss Walsh, do you consider yourself a limited purpose public figure? Objection. She's asking Miss Walsh to comment on a legal standard that is for the finder of fact to consider. Sustained. Miss Walsh, are you aware that I was an OK in People magazine? Objection, relevancy. Sustained. Miss Walsh, isn't it true that you filed a temporary restraining order because I was talking about your business associate, James Angelo, having a TPO out on him and filed on October 25th, 2022? Objection. That has been asked and answered on cross-examination. No, it was never asked and answered. The court says, I find that is very limited on relevance and it has been asked and answered. Let's move on, Miss Oriani. Miss Walsh, have I ever contacted you via phone? Through Facebook Messenger? Yes. After you contacted me? Are you asking me if you've ever called me on the phone? Correct, that's what I'm asking. Yes, you have. Through Facebook Messenger. Did you pick up the phone? A lot of the times I did. No, a lot of the times I did not. Listen to this answer. Did you pick up the phone? A lot of the times I did not. Why isn't she being instructed to answer the question?
Right.
Miss Walsh, answer the question, please. Where is that at? Okay, are you aware that we have had over 10 hours of phone conversations, Miss Walsh? Answer, yes, at the end. Miss Walsh, didn't you ask me to get into an NDA with you? Miss Zimmerman, objection, relevancy. And I also object to the form of the question. I don't know what getting into an NDA is. As to the form of the question, I'm going to sustain it. I don't have any type of time period. I know there's been some discussions about an NDA already brought up. I think we flushed that out fully, and I'm going to have Miss Oriani move on now. How in the fuck is that not relevant? I said, can I rephrase that question, Your Honor? You can try. I don't know if I'm going to allow it. I'll give you an opportunity to rephrase it. Okay. Why would you need an NDA to speak to anybody, Miss Walsh? Objection, relevancy. As that to that, I'm going to sustain. Okay. That was way too broad. Then I say, Miss Walsh, you have testified that you haven't been putting out content due to this causing you stress. Correct? She says correct. I said, I would like to submit into evidence Exhibit CC Social Blade unmasked information. The court says, okay, well, you're not allowed to submit into evidence until you first present it up to the witness. Yes. May I approach the witness with a document? Yes, you may. Miss Zimmerman, can you direct me where to find it, Miss Oriani? Where is that in your Dropbox? It should be in one of the first ones. Which file is it in? Let's see. I can just look at the exhibit while she is looking. That's what Miss Dolan says. She gets up out of her seat. I said, okay. Miss Walsh, have you seen that document before or seen that website before? She says, yes. And can you state for the record what the name of the website is? Socialblade.com. And as a YouTuber, that keeps track of our production. Well, actually, it keeps track of a lot of things, but it keeps track of the views and subscribers specifically. Does it also keep track of when you go live and post a video? I'm not sure. It shows, as she is answering my question, Miss Zimmerman says, I'm going to object. I'll tell you right now, to this exhibit because it is what appears to me to be a document from a website showing analytics about YouTube channels. It is hearsay, and I object to the document or people testifying about its contents. Well, then I object to the whole line of questioning about what tagging means and the @ symbol and the hashtagging. We did not have an expert witness to testify to anything pertaining to YouTube and its analytics. She says, the court says, all right, there is a hearsay objection. Do you believe that it meets an exception to the hearsay rule, Ms. Oriani? If so, which one? I said, I believe that it meets the exception to the fact that this is the website that we as YouTubers use to grade our production. But it's fine. I can rephrase the question. The court will sustain the hearsay objection. That exhibit is not to be referred to or used. That exhibit was going to show how many times Miss Walsh dropped a video or went live because she said that she wasn't working, just for the record. I said, my answer to that was, that is perfect. Miss Walsh, when is the last time you produced a video? Objection, relevance. How in the world is that not relevant?
Right.
She just testified that she hasn't been working because of this. Well, actually, I think it is relevant. This witness has testified that she has caused her emotional distress and she is not blogging like she used to. I don't know that the question helps the defense, but I'm going to overrule that objection. When is the last time you... December. Okay, and let me finish that. When is the last time, I guess, posted a video? It was December, end of December. Okay, why? The court says, okay, why? Because that... Why is the court asking her this? Because that's exactly when all of this started up. And then I say, December of what? She says, this year. And then the court says, this year hasn't happened. December, I'm sorry, I keep doing that. I apologize. December of 2021 is my last video public. When was your video before December 2021? I have no idea without going and looking that up, which I had just provided with Social Blade. You have no idea when you last video before 2021 December? No, Isn't it because you haven't been producing content, Miss Walsh? Miss Oriani, when you ask a question, I realize now, you know, the adrenaline gets going, but you have to wait for an answer. Sorry about that. The court. And it's just not manners. To the best of your recollection, when is your last posting before December of 2021? It's not manners. We're going to fucking talk to Miss Oriani about manners. That's fine. Let's talk about fucking conduct and, you know, ethics and judicial misconduct, prejudice, bias. Let's talk about your last 4 minutes that got fucking deleted. You want to talk about manners? The fuck out of here.
Yeah, you knowingly did that, so you're basically admitting to your guilt. Yeah,
disgusting.
You can't be even trusted to handle your own self in a reasonable manner, in a truthful manner. You have no integrity. Any of those 3 witches, any of the 4 of them.
It was the fall. I actually had really high views because I was covering Gabby Petito. I had 100,000 views on those videos. So was that... When did Gabby Petito go missing? Do you recall? Objection, relevance. Okay, the court says, she answered your question. I asked when Gabby Petito went missing. Okay. You produced a video in the fall, and then you didn't produce anything. So September, October, November, December. So for 4 months prior to your last posting, you didn't post anything which would have nothing to do with... Incorrect. I had multiple videos. I didn't even get to finish the question. It wouldn't have anything to do with incorrect. I had multiple videos on Gabby Petito. I don't know the specific dates. I know it was through the fall, and then my last video was, I think, December 17th, 18th-ish, somewhere around. I would have to look it up. Miss Walsh, don't you go live every Wednesday in your Patreon group? Ms. Zimmerman, objection, relevancy. The court says, I think it goes to impeachment as to the last statement. Can I give you background on that? Well, you're going to need to, but answer the question first. Yes. And then explain. Yes. So then it would be a dishonest statement that you haven't been going live? Incorrect. I didn't say live. You said, when did I post a video? I posted my last public video. That's a different thing. That is not public YouTube. That's a private membership only group. And because I haven't posted any videos and I have lost so much money over this, I cannot show up to those on Wednesday because it's the only income that I now have. But I did cancel quite a few of those over this, and I did lose members. Over what, Miss Walsh? Having to cancel these. So none of this has to do with the fact that there was a sex scandal within your team that you told me about? Your Honor, I'm objecting to questioning about whatever the sex. She can answer that question. I would have no idea of why each person left when I have hundreds of people. I can tell you that I'm not putting anything out, so I don't really blame them for getting frustrated and leaving. I'm confused by the answer, Miss Walsh. And then I was going to try to rephrase. Well, you're stuck with it. So Miss Walsh, you're saying here today is that you are aware of a sex scandal within your team that causes people to leave your group? I'm objecting because that calls for speculation. Yeah, on that note, the objection is sustained. She said she doesn't know why people left her group, but she did testify that she's only made 2 videos in the past 4 months and that she has lost a lot of money as a result. I don't think that goes in your favor, Miss Oriani. Oh, well, it will when you see that she made over fucking 9 videos and was live every fucking Wednesday. And that she fucking lied on the fucking stand about all of it. I said, well, I'm trying to show that it's actually not to do with me. You're going to need to do it in a very different way. Okay. Because you're stuck with the answer she gave. Miss Walsh, as I say, Miss Walsh, I'm going to give you 10 more minutes, and then I'm going to cut you off, Miss Oriani. Miss Walsh, on December 28th, you put that there was a live December 29th. Lana went live on a broadcast on her channel, Truth and Transparency, and spoke about me for 5 hours. And you said there was a woman by the name of Stephanie on my panel. Are you aware that Stephanie, who worked for you, has a PPO out and filed on 10/25/2021, ex parte for a year? The court says, you've lost me. What is not hard to follow about that? She's talking about her TRO, and then she's talked about, I'm reading what she put in her TRO, verbatim. That I was live on a panel for 5 hours talking about her. You've lost me. I said, okay. 1 thought per question. Well, you just told me that I had 10 minutes. Okay. You're trying to introduce evidence improperly right now, Miss Oriani. So you may ask her questions. What? I'm trying to introduce improper. What are you talking about? I just say, Miss Walsh, on December 28th, you put that there was a live, Lana went live on a broadcast on her channel, Truth and Transparency, and spoke about me for 5 hours. And you said there was a woman by the name of Stephanie on my panel. Are you aware that Stephanie, who worked for you, has a PPO out and filed on 10/25/2021 ex parte for a year against, and I get cut off? You've lost me. You're trying to introduce evidence improperly right now, Miss Oriani, so you may ask her questions. That's a question. I was reading from the TRO that she had her application. I said, Miss Walsh, so your testimony here today is that the decline with your channel has nothing to do with the fact that you didn't have anybody to help you make content. She said, I make my own. Miss Zimmerman says, I object to the form of the question. There hasn't been any such testimony, but she's asking as if there is. Correct. That objection is sustained. Okay, Miss Walsh, you put in your TPO that I went to a tire store to get a receipt. Why did I go to the tire store to get a receipt? I can't tell you why you did something, but you can ask me. I mean, I don't. Why did you say on the live? Why did you decide to do it? That was her answer. Well, isn't it true that I went to the tire store to get a receipt? The court, Miss Oriani, no, that's an improper question already. Okay. The court, so you're asking her to speculate to your motive. Wait, my question is, well, isn't it true that I went to the tire store to get a receipt? That's what she put in her TRO. So her TRO is speculation. I mean, what in the fuck is going on here? Miss Oriani, no, that's an improper question already. Okay, so you're asking her to speculate to your motive. You may testify, but it's not a proper question of this witness. I said, let me rephrase that question, Your Honor. Did you tell me that James Angelo was a sociopath? That's the question. Objection, relevancy, sustained.
Psychopath.
Miss Walsh, why did you ask me to get into an NDA? Objection, relevancy, and lack of foundation. Sustained, and the court has previously ruled on that. Okay, I would like to approach the witness with a document. Our conversation, can you authenticate? Your Honor, I'm objecting to Miss Oriani testifying to what this is. Like you did all fucking direct. Yeah, go ahead and show the plaintiff, counsel, and hand the exhibit over. Okay. And then the first question is do you recognize this exhibit? How do you recognize the exhibit? What is the exhibit? Those are messages between me and Miss Walsh. Please stop talking about what they are. That's what Zimmerman says. Please stop talking about what they are. Listen to this. You guys are going to die laughing. What is this exhibit marked, Miss Oriani? Double I. The court. Miss Oriani, you've got 5 minutes left. You wonder why things are just being spitballed out by me at this point. Miss Walsh, in December of 2021, weren't you telling me that you didn't have time for me and the drama because you were busy making content? Are you talking about the screenshots? I'll get to those in a second. The court, no, Miss Oriani, no. I've cautioned you, Miss Oriani. The first question is, do you recognize this? What do you mean? You just said that I have 5 minutes. So I just asked her a question, which is, Miss Walsh, in December of 2021, weren't you telling me that you didn't have time for me and the drama because you were busy making content? That has nothing to do with anything yet. That is just a question. Miss Oriani, no. I've cautioned you, Miss Oriani. The first question is, do you recognize this? How do you recognize this? Is this the second question? And the third question is, what is this? And then you may start asking questions about this if it's been introduced and I can find that it's relevant. Until those three things happen, it's not even appropriate to ask questions about it. You've got multiple pages there. I said, that's because they got mixed up, so I have to submit this over here so they can see it. What are you showing them? What is the exhibit number? I thought that I gave her the right ones. Okay. So is this double I? I'm looking at it. This is actually C. Excuse me. C is at the top and 5 is at the bottom. It's page 5 of C. Sorry about that, Your Honor. I gave her the wrong one. I do apologize. Miss Walsh, are you looking at a screenshot of mine and your conversation in December? Yes. Can you read off what it says when I asked you if you had checked the live out that I did? Miss Zimmerman, I object. The court says, what grounds? I object because Miss Oriani is asking Miss Walsh to look at a document that hasn't been really fully described and that hasn't been admitted into evidence as an exhibit and asking to read aloud from which sounds like asking for hearsay. Miss Oriani, please establish foundation. Miss Walsh, is that mine and yours communication in December of 2021 via Facebook Messenger application? Yes. The court says it is can you read off the date off of that? December 3rd. Can you authenticate this is a conversation between me and you? Looks familiar. Okay, yes. Now, what is your objection, is what the court say. My objection was principally to Miss Oriani asking Miss Walsh to read aloud from the exhibit. Okay, well, I have no idea what this conversation is, but it sounds like a conversation between the two parties, so I think it fits a hearsay objection. I don't know how it might be relevant other than we have to banter around December of 2021 a lot. So I'm inclined to allow it. How the fuck are you not going to allow this? Your Honor, to supplement my objection, my notes show that like the other exhibits that Ms. Oriani has approached with, none have been tendered and none have been admitted. I don't have a copy. I did take a look, but I don't have a copy. Well, I'm going to allow the admission of this particular document. It sounds like a very short exhibit. You're admitting it because it's short? Ask one last question and your time is up, Miss Oriani. Are you kidding me? I said, Miss Walsh, can you read aloud what you wrote back when I asked you about looking at a video of mine? I say I haven't even watched your live yet. Driving. All right, thank you. Go ahead and hand that to me. The court will accept exhibit or page 5 of exhibit C. That is the only document that has been admitted by the defense. How are you ending me when I just basically got her to say, like, that wasn't, what do you mean? And boom, it was over. She's like, done. Ended my cross-examination. All right, if you've noticed, my clerk has left for lunch about 40 minutes ago.
Jeez.
Folks, I've had a docket this afternoon. I have temporary protection order at 1:30, then I have a case at 2, and then another case at 3:30. So the short of it is we're running out of time. So I'm prepared to give the parties up until 1:30 to be heard. So based on that, do you have any redirect of your client? No, Your Honor. We'll move on to the next witness. All right, I have a few more questions that have been raised that I'm curious about, Ms. Walsh. I try not to play too active of a role, but I'm curious about the posting of your videos. Okay, you said that you had posted a video regarding Gabby Petito. How many videos did you post? I believe there was 2. Okay, actually, I'm sorry, there's 3. Guess what, guys? No, there was 6, but there are 9 total. There were 9 total post videos. Court. And is there any type of subscription agreement where you are required in exchange for the subscription to post a particular amount of videos for your subscribers? In my page, my private membership group, yes. What are you expected to produce? I'm expected to do early release, and I would say at least 1 a month. I also have to do the private lives every Wednesday night, and they pay for that privilege to have the links to watch it. And you have continued to do that? Yes, I have canceled some, but I have had to continue. Okay. Have you changed any other thing? Like any other part of your normal daily routine or behavior since the conflict with Miss Oriani arose? Yes, with my channel or personally, either. Well, with my channel, I don't really speak to that many people anymore because how has it affected your personal life? It's affected my business life because my business contacts have been contacted and she has been posting and tagging my business associates about all kinds of in the smear campaign. So to further affect my business, it's affected my personal life, my sleep, my anxiety. Therefore, I can't really be productive and not even to mention my time. Because to even prepare for things like today, I have to watch and do a lot of this myself. Other than that, I have had to go on blood pressure medication, like I stated, and increased my anxiety medication and my insomnia is worse. Okay, thank you. Is there any follow-up based on my question? Ms. Zerman, I have one very brief question. Has this impacted you in part based on the way that it has impacted your family? Yes. How has it impacted your family? Many different ways. My family members are upset that this is being done and posting my husband's picture. He had to remove his and bring down his social media as well. So did he bring down his social media on August 18th, 2021? Why would he need to take down his social media in 2022 when it was all over Natasha Cooper's channel, which was seen by 20 times the amount of people that seen my shit in August of 2021, August 18th. Miss Zimmerman, no further. All right, you may step down, thank you. Ms. Zimmerman says, we would like to call Jamie Abeda next. I just checked in the hall and she wasn't there. Can I check again? You bet. And you can even, well, it's the lunch hour right now, and I believe the courthouse security leaves for lunch. Otherwise, Your Honor, Miss Abeda is not in the upstairs or downstairs hallway or the ladies' room, and I can't see her immediately outside of the courtroom. Miss King, who I think had been hanging out with her, advises that she can't reach her on the phone either, the court. What is your request then? Well, we can call Miss King first and see if Miss Abeda comes back. It appears to me at this point that she's disregarded the court's order to remain in the courthouse before she's called to testify. Well, before I issue a warrant for her arrest or do anything that drastic, I believe Miss Abeda was the one that didn't feel well, correct? She has cancer, is what I say. She has cancer, Your Honor. Miss Zimmerman. She doesn't feel well in the sense that she is a cancer patient. I don't think there was a concern about her feeling any particular type of way.
How would you know this shit, dumbass?
Court, I'm going to check with court security when they come back again. We've been plowing through the lunch hour on this case, so let's go ahead and call your next witness then and should get until court security gets back here. Thank you. Well, we'll call Sarah King at this time then. Sarah King. All right. Is that with an H? Sure is. Okay. Miss King, how do you know Miss Oriani? I actually met her through true crime. I was into true crime and I watched her. You know, her stuff on YouTube. No, you really meant you watched me. So that's how you knew her, so to speak, a fan? I don't consider myself a fan. What do you consider yourself in relation? As true crime? Question, no. What? I am a friend of hers, yes. A personal friend? Yeah, I would say so. But you met her through the True Crime channel? Yes. Is that channel called Truth and Transparency? Yes. Do you live in Colorado, Miss King? No. Where do you live? I live in Iowa. Duh. Why are you in town right now? I came in town to see her and Jamie. Okay. When did you arrive? On Friday. And how do you know, when you say Jamie, do you mean Jamie Abeda? I have a question. I have an answer.
No, Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yes, Jamie Abeda. How do you know Jamie Abeda? Through the same thing, through true crime, through the Truth and Transparency. Does Miss Abeda live here? I do not know. I do not know. Yes, I believe she does, but I don't know if this is like her permanent residence, but like she has like a home here. Where are you staying while you're here? Objection, relevance. But I'm just letting all of this continue on. Where are you staying while you're here? The Broomfield Inn. Okay. What town does Miss Abeda live in? I don't know. You don't know? Do you know where Miss Abeda is staying? I'm sorry. Do you know where Miss Oriani is staying currently while she is in town? You stalker. With Jamie. So Miss Oriani is staying with Miss Abeda while she's in town here? Uh-huh. Okay, Miss King, I want to talk about yesterday, late afternoon. I hearted it. Sure. What were you doing around 4 yesterday? 4 p.m. Jamie and I don't even know where we were. I was helping her serve papers. She owns a business. Jamie owns a business? Uh-huh. What's the business? I do not know.
Oh,
Okay.
dear God.
Okay. So I guess what I want to ask you is
Talk about liability.
What is her connection between her business and the fact that she was serving papers? I do not know. Okay. I was hired by her. You were hired by Miss Abeda to do what? To serve papers. How much did she pay you? We have not settled that yet. So she hired you to serve papers and did not tell you how much she was going to pay you? No. Oh, Mod Squad. About Subpoena Gate. I think it's an important question. Okay, ask away. What were the papers? I actually have it on my phone. Would it refresh your memory to look at your phone? Yes, it's out there though. If you would like me to go get it, or you can, it's out there. Oh, I'll go get it. What does it look like? I said it's black. It's laying there. Miss Sermon, may I approach your honor? Yep. Okay, did Miss Abeda give you physical copies of the papers, or did she just give you pictures on the phone? No, I'm the one that took. I'm the one that served them. She didn't give me copies. I'm the one that took the pictures. Okay, are you a professional process server? No, ma'am. What do you do for a living? I'm a manager at Walmart. Got it. Where were you?
Let me just say there is no such thing as a professional process server in the state of Colorado. You have to follow the statute of what is required of a process server. They have to be over 21, not a party to the case. That's it.
Yes, and I'm going to actually do something here for... Okay. Where were you when Miss Abeda gave you physical copies of the papers? I was with her. Where were you when Miss Abeda gave you the physical copies? What do you mean, where was I? Geographically. I have no idea. You don't know? Well, it would be at the residence of... No, I don't know what town I was in or what city I was in. I'm not from here.
Oh, Jesus.
Were you at Miss Abeda's house? No. Whose house were you at? We were in a vehicle.
Oh,
you were in a car? Where was the car? Was it near Miss Abeda's house? No. Was it Miss Abeda's car? Yes. Okay, so you were in Miss Abeda's car, and Miss Abeda hired you as a process server. Is that right? Yes, ma'am. That's common. What is she talking about? That's common. Wait. What? She's like, with no money? No, ma'am. And that you say that that's common because that's happened to you a lot before? No, ma'am. I'm gonna piss my pants.
Jesus.
Have you been able to pull up the papers on your phone? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Who are the names of the people on your paper to be served? Sean Walsh. Any others? No, ma'am. You just had one document to serve? Yes, ma'am. So tell me about serving it. How did you get to where you needed to go to serve it? I was with Miss Abeda. Did she drive you? Yes, ma'am. Okay, and where did she drive to? The location of like the Walshes, I don't know. When you say the location of the Walshes, you pointed at Miss Walsh with your glasses. Why is that? I assume that's Miss Walsh. To her home? I assume that's where she lives. I did not see her. So you and Miss Abeda went to a place you assumed to be Miss Walsh's home. Correct. With one document for Sean Walsh to be served. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay, so what happened when you got to the home? She pulled up in front. She couldn't find the document. She was looking for it. She found it. I went to the door. I knocked, rang the doorbell. Nobody responded. Knocked probably 3 times, 4 times. Nobody responded. And then I put it on the door, took a picture of it, and left. Jamie, please tell us again when you met Sarah.
The 6th.
The day before, basically. Yeah.
The 5th. We met at Benihana's.
Okay, so right here. This is for oopsies. There we go. Look at that. Perfectly signed.
Wow.
Nothing signed.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
If they'd have showed us that shit, even in the on her phone, we'd have been like, that's not it. And it's like she didn't bring them because it's like not only did she couldn't replicate that watermark, but she also, what if we said, well, fingerprint us because our fingerprints aren't going to be on that paper. Neither one of them because you reprinted them.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
That's why she wouldn't bring them.
Oh, wait a second. Where it says a check here to attend versus attend and produce. Did it just say to attend or was it to attend and produce?
It was just attend because it wasn't a subpoena ducus tecum.
The 2 subpoenas on the body cam do not have the process server's name on them, correct?
Correct.
That's correct. Both of them, nothing had anything on it.
And a fake subpoena would be forged by the court clerk, and she knew that they were not fake subpoenas because they quashed. How do you quash a fake subpoena? And so did Sean Walsh know that subpoena for him was valid.
Okay. So, okay. And then you just, one document for Sean Walsh?
Is that what you said? Oh,
wait. Okay. Answer my question. Okay. Okay. Then my question is, how was she able to identify Sarah to the officers on the body cam?
She didn't. She never said, she just said that I did it.
Oh, wait. What's she talking about the question? She's trying to say, when did you... I think it's an important question. Is that the one that I got? Did you ask another one? Answer my question. Okay. Okay, so then she says on the body cam, she says Sarah King. I
didn't think she said it on the body cam. She says me, and then she keeps saying they, but she never says
you know what? It was actually in her, what do you call it? In this
her testimony?
In her testimony.
Okay.
In her testimony. Okay, so then my question is, how was she able to identify Sarah to the officers on the body cam? I'd have to go back and check because I do think she says it both. So I'll answer that in 1 second, Mod Squad. With the document for Sean Walsh, okay, and that was just the one document for Sean Walsh? Yes. There was not another document? No, ma'am, that's it. Okay, what did you do after you placed the document on the door? I got back in the vehicle and we left. Where did you go? Back to where Miss Abeta lives. You mean her house? Yes. Okay, who? I said, Your Honor, excuse me? I said, Your Honor, objection. What is your objection under the rules of evidence? I said, relevancy on this. Well, I'm going to overrule that objection. The allegation here is after I quashed the warrant back on the 28th of February that you caused a third party to violate the order of protection by serving a quashed warrant on. No, what this woman is testifying to right here is that I know what I put on the door. Here's my picture. My picture is just this document. Okay. I said, okay, on to the plaintiff. Now that goes directly to the second prong. So I'm going to allow this testimony to continue. With the incompleteness of everything around it. Okay. I said, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. King, what's your understanding what valid service of papers is in court? And the court says, that's not relevant. Well, I think it is, Your Honor, and I can tell you why. Well, hurry it up. Because of the way that the documents were left. Obviously, what's proper, certain of process, and since she was hired as a professional process server by Miss Abeda, I'm wondering if Miss Abeda instructed her how to. Anyone can serve documents. I don't disagree with you. I think that this is the question, then, I think that is the question is, I think that is the question then, I think that is the question, and you may ask that question. And Ms. Zimmer said, is what? Did Miss Abeda instruct her on how to? I don't care what her actual personal knowledge is. So right there, Magistrate Russell tells Miss Zimmerman how to word a question and says, did Miss Abeda instruct her on how to?
How to what?
Listen, so then Miss Zimmerman says, did Miss Abeda tell you how to, quote unquote, serve the document that you served? Not in the beginning, no. I went and rang the doorbell. I assumed I was going to ask if this was the residence of Sean Walsh, if he's available, and that I was serving him papers. Okay. Upon not being able to, she said, go ahead and put them. That's why I took the pictures, that I posted them on the door. Exactly. When you say you put them on the door, did you put more than one thing on the door? No, this is what was on the door. I have all of the pictures. You are calling them singular, though. The document? The one document. Yes, just one document. Got it. Can I see, can I see the document on your phone, please? You bet. Okay, there's 2 different pictures of it. Thank you. That is all I have for Miss King, Your Honor. I would like to call Miss Abeda next if I can. Whoa, I apologize. We still have some cross-examination. You're right. Miss Oriani, do you have any questions of this witness? Yes, I do. Okay, very briefly. Go ahead. Miss King, did I hire you to go serve papers to the Walsh residence? No. No more further questions, Your Honor. Well, I didn't hear the question. I didn't hear the answer. The witness, no, I'm sorry, no. The court, okay, all right. You are done, thank you. Miss Zimmerman, Your Honor, we would like to call Miss Abeda next. All right. I said, actually, Your Honor, I have a question. Am I able to submit her picture into evidence that she took? That she showed? You would have if you would have done it before she left the stand, assuming that you had it in paper form. I'm not going to seize her cell phone. Wait, I have to have it in paper form? But Miss Walsh and company can 66 documents of pictures?
Right.
I said, she said, all right, ma'am, come on up to the, wait, and first of all, that is not true. I could recall Miss King as a witness to then get her shit from her. And what do you mean you're not going to seize it? If that's the only way that the evidence can get in, well, can Miss King go down and print them off and so we can have them?
Right. That's what I was
what
trying to
in
do.
the actual fuck is going on? If y'all think that this is any way, shape, or form I don't have anything to say. This is unreal. Unreal that people sit at home and
act like this isn't
continue to support the fuckerage.
Right.
That continues to go on.
But if somebody did that shit to them, they'd be screaming from the highest rooftop.
You want to know what I think is crazy? You have all these pictures, right? And you're going to sit here and tell me that there's no pictures of Sarah King walking up to that door?
Right.
At the door, putting those in there?
Yeah, because she said it was both of us, and it wasn't.
Exactly, because the body cam footage, her words there,
Right. She never says it was this woman that I don't know or I didn't recognize or whatever. And it's like, why is she so focused on what I drove to the previous hearing, what my plate number is, what my make and model of my car is? We have the pictures of the plates, we have the pictures of her, we have all this shit. And it's like, what does that prove? Nothing. That we came to your house to to serve a subpoena on somebody that was evading because he doesn't live in an apartment. There was snow on all the cars. He was in his socks. He was eating in the refrigerator when you were talking to the police, which made me feel like, what is he doing? Like eating because she wouldn't let him eat the rest of the time, so the cops are there so he can eat. You didn't see that? And then he I don't know, he looked like he had a black eye to me. But I'm like, what the hell is this guy doing? He's upstairs, downstairs, the whole thing takes 12 minutes and he's all over the place. And then he's like in the refrigerator trying to eat because she's distracted by the police.
And do you have that picture? Do you have that picture of Sarah's? I have it somewhere.
I do too, somewhere. And then what was stupid and shitty was that she was trying to fight with me to provide it to her. And the reason why she wanted it, because she wanted to give it to these other dum-dums. Well, I wouldn't give it to her. She goes, it's my picture. I can't see why you won't give it to me. And I said, what does it matter? And I said, I don't want to mess up this investigation or this case by giving you this picture because I think you're going to give it to somebody. Well, then Moonpig comes out with this stupid video that they think proves all this shit. But if they would have had that picture that they didn't have, then they might have, tailored their narrative a little differently. But it didn't work out that way. So, anyway, then I was validated to the fact that why are you trying to do this shit? Because basically what you're doing is you guys are witness tampering by trying to get her or me to change our testimony. I'm not changing my testimony. That was the truth. There's some things that I was mistaken about because I didn't get to look at my notes. I didn't get to do anything. I didn't even know what the fuck was going on.
Yeah,
so how could I?
And you want to know what I want to bring up? I want to bring up this. Ready for this? Remember, did you call Dolan?
Yes, I did.
I had no
didn't remember
idea about that.
No, because I never told you because I went. Like, as much as you've stayed up and researched and done all this shit, yeah. I've done the same fucking thing. And it was just like, I needed to find this out or figure out what the F went on. Because in my experience, what happens, and my attorney said that, yeah, that's legit. He's evading service. So if you serve somebody that's evading, what happens is they have to go to court because you are saying, hey, they're evading service. And there's motivation there because he doesn't know he's separated, in my opinion. So he doesn't want to go to court. And they're blatantly sitting there saying, we're going to refuse to go to court. We're going to blatantly deny this, refuse to obey this court order. But we have this other person and they're doing all this other shit. And we have their whole life memorized. We know where they live. We know their social security number. And that they went to a court hearing. Well, you were told to leave and you didn't obey the court order on the 27th of January because when I walked outside, you wouldn't know what I drove because you were 40 minutes late to court. And then you're outside taking pictures of my car, taking pictures of me for what? And you weren't supposed to even be there. So yeah, it's like this whole thing is just like a shit show. And so I never got to look at my notes because I take a lot of notes now because of all of the things that I'm busy. I have a business. I have a lot of shit going on. So how the hell am I going to remember, calling this person in February, like it's a month later. And it's like I kind of vaguely remembered it, but I couldn't specifically. So I went back through my notes so I could see it.
I got something for you.
Oh, tell Teresa.
To a fucking psycho and got Kim doxxed and probably Newfie too for absolutely no fucking reason at all. I told you that Stephanie was unstable and gave you the opportunity to be a woman about it and help, but you chose to give her a heads up instead to cover your own ass. I'm certainly not innocent in any of this, but you caused a fucking shitstorm by involving people that had zero to fucking do with anything. Good job, blank. Don't worry, blank doesn't trust you either. This is James on the left that I just read. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? The infamous whiteboard. Luda. On the left. Someone bought it, and because I said, so how did MJ get your porn to give to someone else? Someone bought it, and I can probably figure out who, unless they are using a fake name on Cash App. James Angelo had bought porn. Can you give me proof of this? For sure. I know the name had PayPal'd me. I gotta find it in PayPal. It's been a long time, but yeah, I'll find it. You are being used and you are too dumb to see it. You go copy and paste away because at the end of the day, you will be the one dealing with all the bullshit and your friend won't give a fuck. Won't give one fuck. I have like 10 alts, LOL. If I want to do something, you aren't going to stop it. So just back the fuck off. Enjoy your night. If my night has any more drama in it because of you, I will not stop until it is all done. That's James Angelo threatening.
Yeah, you're such an upstanding person, but you have to go threatening women. But when a man calls you, you won't answer the phone.
10 alts.
10 alts. I'll do what I want. Take matters into my own hands.
October 15th. I just want to clear this up because I'm hearing that you think I doxed you, and I am sick of a certain psycho making up all kinds of lies with literally no basis. I have never so much as even thought about looking you up. I honestly could care less about any alt you might have or YouTubers in general, to be honest. I only popped in chats when it was fun, like the shirt stuff with Barb or to troll with Unmask. Do you see that? Or to troll with Unmask. And that was months ago. Even then, I couldn't keep up with the drama or who we liked or didn't like, and just did what I was told. I have 2 very young kids, a father with something melanoma and an uncle with something cancer that had to troll with Unmask.
Yeah, but he says that he's not a troll and that everything he says is true. No,
I don't have time to give any fucks about some alt you have on YouTube or any of that. I have so much real life shit, dude. And honestly, I never cared about DTOS and Grim Reaper. Shit, let alone enough to get on dumbass YouTube for 15 minutes. When, if I have that much time to myself, I'm trying to catch up on the one case everyone knows I've been deep into. LOL, not that dumb fucking shit. All this shit sick fuck schizoid over there is trying to accuse me of, I would bet you or anyone else $1,000 it's him. If you give me the chat info and name, I will trace the YT YouTube to the email to the IP because with a VPN, I can narrow it down enough. He'll lose his goddamn mind when you screenshot him this though and insist you don't. Because he doesn't want to be caught, LOL. And the blank, I suppose, docs, whatever, I can't even read that. Hold on 1 second. This is a lot of stuff. I can send you pics. You can see how cloudy white my eye is, like a cataract. It's cool as fuck, actually, if you like that kind of shit. I could see out of it was white for 2.5 days. You know, first it was, by the way, he originally tried to say it was Teresa that doxed you to V and that he had proof of it was her, except his dumbass, and well, that blew up in his face. So it became me, and I guess now Barb. I don't know, dude. I just want to tell you this so you have all the info, and if I were to say one thing, it would be do not trust any of them and watch your back, because something how much you think. You are a big smelly banana. Suck a bag of balls. Oh, sweetie, LOL. I never delete messages, so I have the whole thread showing your history of nonstop contacting and harassing me. Under James's orders. Yet you fools still handed me this gem, showing once again your stupidity of being his little monkey bitch to violate my PPO that specifically states he can't use any medium of communication to contact me. As tempting as it is to show you what being doxxed by me is really like, I'm going to keep laughing and just pray for you and that ugly heart of yours that you find some of your life and stop being. This is to Graham.
Well,
Stephanie and Graham are going back and forth. Stephanie and Yanka.
Grim needs a purpose. He has nothing.
I have no desire to talk about you, but I'll tell you this. I know at all the alts that you use. If you talk about me, then I'm going to start talking about you. So do me a favor. You keep my name out of your mouth. I'll keep your name out of my mouth. And let's go our separate ways. But
More
if
threats
I find
from
you
the liar.
running your mouth, there's going to be a problem.
Why? Because you have the bully fucking troll.
I'm so lost in here. Titties. Natasha called Vanessa a bitch 2 months ago. I watched the video, saw Melissa Jade on her panel, reached out, made her join Patreon, slowly got her to shy away from her, and then sicked her on Natasha 2 months later. LOL. Oh my God. So what's with the nudes then? Do you see? Took Melissa Jade and then stuck her back on her 2 months later. For what? The sex scandal. Titties is him. No more Natasha. Time to take It's a Crime Linda down now. LOL. Agree. Just let it marinate. As you can see, she's in the chat. They're telling her, I would totally shut off comments for the video. So she knows that he said this, which was that he's taking down channels. We kind of took in MJ as a FU to Natasha, and it ended up causing all kinds of drama. Mistake on my part. This is Snuffles. I don't want to take in everyone with an issue and make all of their issues our issues. R is capitalized. What would be our issues?
What, does he have a mouse in his pocket?
482. I now have access to the whole group chat. This is where they say my name 482 times. It is fucking disgusting. Luda is your wooden spoon. This is grim. Stirring. I said, oh, duh. I just need to pin her to Melissa. This is a screenshot that Lala thinks is mine. No, it's not, honey. It's not at all. It was given to me, sugar. Get your facts straight. This is, people talking about doxing. No, she doxed herself for $870. Lala, what the fuck, she says this to me, what the fuck is going on with these people? They are destroying your website. So if that troll, stalker, obsessed fuck keeps talking, we could talk in the courtroom. What the fuck is going on with these people? They are destroying your website. This bitch here got to go. GTG. If you zoom in, it is circling trauma and true Rico. I feel that the Watts have been victimized by Lana in a big way. You are sick as fuck, Lynn. It would be that video that went out January, it was 11th or 13th. I think it was 11th or 13th. And then boom, I get that's when then Vanessa then goes and files her perjured application. Yeah. So take all the channels down, still won't make yours successful. Exactly.
Yeah. And you can't hide it. It's all there just for everybody to see. And so.
Yeah. But you want to talk about this shit that's been going on? I've been showing this shit since last fall. Okay. And people want to talk about Lana has to go. Yeah, the reason Lana has to go is because Lana doesn't put up with this shit. And when I see something, I say something. I don't go around making shit up, and I certainly don't get involved with people's lives. Their personal lives, I don't get involved with them. When they're a fuck, they're a fuck. And the people that continued, but it's at the end of the day, you think I give a fuck about what has happened to anybody that would be from the unmasked team, whether it's current or future or past? No, because they've sat back and have done nothing while knowing the truth. Absolutely not a goddamn thing. But they're going to have to. But they're going to have to. But they're going to have to because they're getting subpoenaed. And they know who they are.
I hope you subpoena that dumbass.
You want to talk about fucking messages? Break. These are threats. This is what was showed literally right before Vanessa Wen got a TRO and was plotting all through January with a licensed California attorney and another YouTuber. So get your fucking facts straight, you sick fucks.
I wasn't in San Francisco for just my vacation and my biofeedback shit, but think whatever you want.
B-Day cell phone. Yeah, she did. Yeah. B-Day cell phone. That's exactly.
Wow. And it's all a lie. She could never prove that any of that shit happened. It's just all a lie.
And so all I want to know and say is that at the end of the day, if you're going to put your law license on the line for human garbage,
then you deserve what you get.
Exactly. So we'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah, I mean, people could say what the fuck they want to say on YouTube, but where it really matters and you want to talk about going real life? This went real life with a bunch of lies and bullshit for nothing. Then, how in the hell, if you're telling the truth and all this stuff is the truth, then why do you need to threaten people to change what they said? And then you're threatening body cam footage consistently because you're trying to act like that's going to justify anything or prove any kind of anything. So then I tell you that that's not the case. This is not what's going to happen, but just leave me alone. Right? No. We're going to keep on threatening. We're going to keep on pulling this bullshit. And it was like, well, okay, then I'll fucking respond. And I did. And then it was just like, then you have to hack and do bullshit like that. It's like,
wait, so you're telling me that you contacted Dolan and she told you that they were separated?
Yeah, because I heard her say it to you.
I know. Yeah, she said it to me. She said it to me after we had that thing on the 27th.
Yes, and
she said her and Miss. She's like they're separated. So like what I'm like, okay, great. I don't give a rat's ass. But like the issues that are about this man and what he's been doing, and that's what was being put out on the internet.
Right.
Was this man him threatening women and causing a big bunch of riffles in their actually own fucking channel? Like Unmasked is imploding, and they began imploding in the summer of 2021, and it went all the way through. Unmasked that I knew about all of this crap because like. Of Teresa telling me stuff. Teresa didn't even know how bad they were. Okay? But I don't give a fuck what Teresa knows, doesn't know. I don't give a fuck about any of these people. Because if you think that they for 1 second give a fuck about any of y'all, they don't. They care about themselves and they care about their fucking channels. Period.
What you could do for them.
Yep.
People need to quit harassing people to go do what they want them to do.
Kissing asses of people's channels that are maybe getting a little bit more attention than they were before. I mean, just all of it. It's just a big fuckerage, fuckfest. And for what? You guys are making pennies. Every single one of you are making pennies.
Exactly.
Except maybe a couple of you. So while you're making pennies and you're spending all of this time doing this stuff, okay? For what? To let real true crimes go on, and you guys think, oh my god, you called shift all these people, you said it was this person. Who gives a fuck even if I did? That is the stupidest shit I've ever fucking heard in my fucking life.
I second that.
Do you hear yourselves? Oh my god, I called Shift Happens as a tree. She's a leaf. She's a fucking elephant at the Columbus Zoo. Who gives a fuck? That's not criminal.
She's openly threatening you.
While this person is supposedly and allegedly threatening Callie Crystal to the moon, and Lala. This is when Lala was still around, and they're just running to me like little fucking wild banshees, running to me and saying that all of this stuff is going on, and I'm like, what? Don't watch this stuff. Block the person. Don't. What are you doing?
So she was allegedly harassing Lala?
Yes, and then Lala was the one that was going around. Me and Mod Squad put a whole big thing together and put it all in chronological order. And of how that all panned out. And it has everything in chronological order of everything that has gone on with those two people, meaning Lala and Shift.
And I know how long it
then
takes
you got
to
these
put all
people
that
behind the
shit together,
scenes.
and it's for nothing.
Well, then you got these people
are
behind the
fucking
scenes that were in all
zero.
these Facebook groups that are trolls. Okay, and they don't have any loyalty, and they just bounce around, or they think that they know something, and because they see something, and then they're okay. Well, here I'll help you dig, and I'll help you find this, and then all their fucking screenshots are out there of all the stuff that they've been saying and things like that. It's like, what adult women behave like this? But this is what they think they're going to take to law enforcement and into courtrooms. I was so not prepared for my trip to Denver because I didn't even imagine in my wildest motherfucking dreams or nightmares what was capable.
What this person's capable of.
Yeah, because of the lies. I will never underestimate a fucking liar again. Because there's no respect for our
law enforcement,
our laws,
for the courts, for nothing.
Yep, I cannot wait. Exactly.
That concerned me.
Okay, and taking fucking pictures and posting them of that you're here in my hometown. I don't give a flying fuck where you are.
Oh, if anybody would have done that to her, then that would have been just a big old fucking deal.
What I care about is your intentions with the pictures, and that's what the law cares about.
Yep. I didn't steal private videos. I got videos that belonged to the police department. So they're not Vanessa's videos, but what happened to me was violating my home, my privacy, cyber crimes. And I mean, it's like, but no, I did that. No, you did that. I got legal information that was police body cam footage that I'm allowed to have and that I asked for in a legal and I paid for.
Yeah, and they're
legally.
and they got so fucking butthurt. You want to talk about spiraling and unraveling? I thought that I had all these criminal investigations on me. So
right.
why would Father Snuffles have to travel to Ohio to then make shit up?
Right.
And file a police report?
And get somebody to go file affidavits and get it notarized at the UPS store.
Think about that. Just think about that for a second.
Well, yeah, I mean, nothing that they do is above board, is fair, is, transparent, nothing. It's all lies. It's all smoke and mirrors, all of it. And this guy, if you don't have a conscience that you know you're doing fucked up shit and you just don't care, there's not a bottom. This guy has no bottom. He'll do anything. It doesn't matter how low and disgusting it is, he'll do it. So it's like that person has no conscience. That person is a socio-psychopath.
What's up, Jennifer?
The person that, is giving the orders that continues to say, I can't control this person. Yeah, you can. And so, yeah, I think that we have some serious psychopathy going on.
The last time I checked, the people that I don't waste my time on are people that don't matter. So if me and Jamie are trash and we don't matter, and we're just doing our own thing over here in terms of my work in Aliquippa, the stuff I want to cover, that's what's going on. That's what's going on.
Experience.
But every video, and every live has to do about me. Has to do about somebody or Crafton and Kim, anybody that has some type of connection to me.
Yep.
That's what every fucking post, every fucking video, it has to do with any olive branches that have to do with me. That's what's on these channels. That's what's on Lala's. That's what's on James.
They're all hate videos.
If I am nothing and I am nobody, then why are you so obsessed? I don't talk about people that I could give two fucks about.
Everything that we do, everything that we say.
Yeah, and I don't talk about you. I went to the courts. I went to the courts. And this would have been handled in August if y'all wouldn't have evaded service. And that you continue to still do, James. Unless you're here, hopefully you got a lawyer.
Yeah.
Hopefully you stick around for October 17th. I mean, you're going to come back for your court date, or are you just going to leave?
We might have to extradite him.
I mean, they do allow Zoom. You don't threaten and manipulate when you are not a criminal. When I was in court last week speaking to the DA, we had this exact conversation. You don't threaten and manipulate when you are not a criminal.
Right. And, you know, it's interesting to me that idiot Moonpig tries to say that she's not lying. Everybody else is lying. No, you're lying. You said that you did that with that U-Haul thing. Then you had a fundraiser for it. So, yeah. You're still a criminal.
I don't even like.
I mean, I know that's like so.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, that woman is as miserable as they come. She told me that she used to live. She told me that she used to live vicariously through me. I mean, it's written in all these text messages. I pray for someone like her because she's that miserable and she knows it. And you know, pray for you.
Well, yeah, happy people don't do shit like this.
Because again, I said it last night. Who are your friends? Because if you think anybody that's in your chats are your friends, I pity you. I pity the fool.
Well, yeah, because as soon as you don't do what they tell you to do, they're going to turn on you.
You're a mouthpiece.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about something that doesn't involve me, and let's see if they show up.
They won't.
And tag your it.
Ugh,
go to university. Go to university. On that note, mic drop out. Bye. Go to university. I'm at university. Flakes.